Hello. Good evening. Greetings. And welcome back to Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. We managed to make it to at least one more of the notable locations we have to go to, which is specifically we needed to go to Dargonas because we needed to be officially declared as the Rogue Trader, despite the fact we've been acting as the Rogue Trader. But first, while we were here, we suddenly had someone who seemed interested in meeting us, one of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and it's someone we've met before, who is Opticon 22. So we're going to talk to him and see what he has to say. A group dressed in the crimson of the priesthood of Mars walks towards you. Their gazes are fixed on Pascal. You note that the group is not monolithic. Some of its members are more heavily armed and follow a large tech priest clad in battle armor. Others keep a respectful distance and cast inquiring looks at their own leader, whose hunched posture belies his tall frame. Okay, so that must be Opticon 22. I don't think we've met you yet. Despite the hood hiding his face, you recognize him as Opticon 22, whom you encountered on Footfall. Yep. The enormous tech priest points his hand at Pascal and lets out a booming roar, not unlike a factory alarm. It makes your very bones vibrate. Herald servo skulls, marked with the emblem of the cog, follow in his wake. They blare shrilly. Thou shalt not suffer a heretic in thy forge, for rust begets rust. Pascal Hanuman, in the name of the Adeptus Mechanicus, you are under arrest. The hunched servant of the Omnissiah turns to you. Diplomacy mode engaged. Announcement. The Adeptus Mechanicus offers their apologies would like to inform you of the necessity of conducting an operation to detain, arrest, terminate a faulty unit on the Rogue Trader's territory. Let's study the two priests of Mars. You identify the rare armor the enormous tech priest is wearing as a secular-plated mechanized suit. It carries the imprints of many battles and has markings that announce its status as a relic. Some of the armor's damage looks fairly severe, to the point of endangering its operation. The slivers of flesh revealed under the steel are marked with terrible chemical burns. Every now and then, convulsions shake the tech priest's body, and a painful-sounding hiss comes from his vox. The tall tech priest who spoke to you looks more peaceful and makes a point of not drawing his weapon. There's an air of concern about the way he frequently glances over his fellows, scrutinizing his condition. Okay. On what charge are you trying to arrest a member of my retinue? This heretic is accused of stealing personal identification codes, spreading tech heresy on the world of Kiavagama, and making an attempt on the life of a servant of the Omnissiah. The deafening roar from the tech priest's vox makes you grimace in pain. You touch your ear and notice blood on your fingers. The faulty unit will be removed. In the name of the Omnissiah, I condemn you. Lightning flashes across the warrior's armor. Agony resounds in the blare of his vox alarm. I see. So he's using... He is, like, blaring his frequency extremely loud, but I almost wonder if he's using, like, subsonic stuff too, because to make your ears bleed, it'd have to be pretty intense. In contrast, Pascal speaks quietly and coldly. You are malfunctioning, tech comrade. I deem your logical conclusions questionable. The statement is false. Tech brother Tarsus Hanuman is willingly undergoing holy torment deterioration, which, however, does not critically affect his cognitive capacity for data analysis. Unit calling itself Pascal Hanuman, we have information that implicates you. Having learned that you are a member of the retinue, a maintenance specialist in the service of Rogue Trader von Valencius, we have come here with the goal of meeting you, intercepting you, engaging you in combat. Do you have proof that this tech priest is who he claims to be? Confirmed. According to the archive entry 1E99237, Magos explorer Tarsus Hanuman served on, maintained the ship identifier classified in the capacity of a reliquary caretaker. He sustained extensive damage to both the organic and the sacred part of his body, a series of sacrilegious breaches of the right of operation, and assassination attempt. Owing to a statistically fortunate coincidence by the Omnisci's grace, enough of his operational capacity was preserved for him to don a Goliath model sacred battle harness, which would preserve his vital functionality, archive entry, personal data sealed by the captain of the identifier classified. I see. The sound from the Tech Priest Vox is like the moan of a bending steel beam, the servo skill declares. For vengeance I thirst as I tread the path of vengeance, following a blasphemous miscreant's bloody tracks. Analysis of the security system showed that the assassins, heretics, infiltrated the reliquary using Tech Brother Tarsus' unique identification code. Someone had duplicated Brother Tarsus' identity, which is a grade 3 transgression, and the unit making the allegedly criminal claim of being Pascal Hahnemann is known to have previously entered the stolen code. Wait, what is happening on Kieva Gamma? The planet belongs to me. According to Vox interception data, the planet's Fabricator sensor made incorrect blasphemous modifications to Manufactorum working procedures, which qualifies as a lapse into sacrilege. The Adeptus Mechanicus are hereby officially notifying House Fontalensius of having commenced an investigation into Operation to Remove Fabricator Sensus Subis Delphim. Estimated time to procedure completion, 3.7 solar years. Our data suggests that the unit which used Magos Explorator Hahnemann's identification code performed an unauthorized upgrade on the planetary Vox array and introduced data deemed to be scrap code into its operation. This fact points to this unit's criminal complicity with the heretic Subis Delphim. What do you have to say to this, Pascal? Pascal replies firmly, his Vox crackling with a hint of indignation. I deny these charges. I never plotted against my tech comrade. My cognitive purity vows were never distorted. My unique identification code was never stolen. I am the true Magos Explorator Hahnemann, and I am not guilty. The tech priest's deep guttural roar blends with the servo skill's high-pitched whine. False witness. I'm not handing him over to you unless I see evidence. Let us get to the bottom of this matter together. Request approved. Ready to work in cooperative mode. Tarsus gives you a haughty look and lets out a howl of wrath. Archiving. Tech Brother Tarsus opposes lay participation in the investigation search for the truth. The unit Opticon 22 advises in favor of the House Fontalensis representative participation request. Okay, so we can address Opticon. I think you and I should continue the discussion in private. The big chap's creating friction. No. We can insist upon joining due to our warrant of trade. And we can personally attest to Pascal not being a criminal. I think we go the route that gives us the most leverage here, which is insisting upon the use of the warrant of trade's jurisdiction. I insist on a joint investigation. Arresting a rogue trader's retinue member without any justification stands in breach of the law and my privileges under the warrant of trade. Request for cooperation reviewed and accepted. I request Tech Brother Tarsus consent to the co-participation of representatives of the Fontalensis dynasty in the investigation proceedings. A sacrilegious conspiracy. I refuse help from laypersons. I am a cog of the Deus Mechanicus that grinds down corruption, and I will carry out the sentence immediately. Pascal freezes, but green sparks light up in his visor. He extends a hand towards Tarsus and replies in a clanging voice. Let the cycle be discontinued. You realize Pascal's voice are coming from both his own Vox and Tarsus's. Then every sense from the Executioner's battle harness lights up at once, blindingly, and the wounded armored Leviathan lets out a deafening roar of pain. Attention, priority notification. Service units of the Kappa Thread supply line are unauthorized to confront the rogue trader. Command, retreat and reinitiate negotiations. I see. Okay, so Opticon retreated. He's refusing to back down.
Take a knee and bow before me.
Okay, that's what I thought. All right, so Cassia, let's put you over here because you don't really need to be close. Urilet, you can be very far away. I don't know if she'll have vision of everybody, but she'll have vision of enough people from here. Argenta, you can stand here. Kibala, you can be here. Pascal, you can be here. And I will be there. Alright, Cassia, so let's put...
Me? If you insist,
there.
Lord Captain.
We'll put... Darn. Tell you what, I will put this here. And then I will put this here. Point of curiosity. Okay, so I guess the servitors... Can I just put this here? Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, I see. Okay, so I have to have vision on them for them to be able to be pulled to this. Okay, well, in which point, or in which case, we're gonna do this. Alright, that pulls everything in, so they take a bunch of damage. And then, let's just go ahead and buff Argenta. And give her a turn. So she does get some movement. We'll move her here, and then we'll switch to the Melt-A-Gun.
I'll do it.
Which is not loaded. So, let's see. Oh, Reckless Rush, we can just gain a bunch of power. But we don't want to do that. We want to do our explosion. Let's aim
As
here.
the Emperor commands, this is why I was chosen.
Excellent. And then we'll just wait here. And then she has nothing else she can do. I guess we'll just go ahead and move this to here. And then end the turn. All right, Eurolette, you don't have sight on anyone. Is there anywhere I can move you that would give you sight on everybody? Not and also give you cover. Oh, wait, no, we do have sight. Okay, I just was using the melee weapon. Okay, I think we shoot the servitor. Oh, wait, no, we don't have sight here. So let's move to here where we do have sight. I would like to hunt down the servitor.
Swiftly to strike.
And then I guess we'll just
If I must.
mark a couple of you guys, because why not? We have 5 points, so let's perfect shot. And then let's hull the bold. Let's piercing shot. There's no reason not to just use a regular shot, so then we'll do 1 additional shot, and then we'll prep the next round. Okay.
This
Do this.
tedium is beneath me.
Ill-advised. Nice try, buddy. They keep trying to walk away. Alright, Kibala. I need you to do Raining
As the
Blood.
tenants demand.
Can I attack? Yeah, let's do this. Spills blood everywhere over there. And then we will flip over here. And we'll activate this.
I shall not fail.
One extra hit, and then rewind. End the turn. They're putting a bunch of debuffs on Pascal, but he doesn't seem to care. Oh, he just smashed the cover. Okay, he just randomly attacks people near him. Oh, Pascal, you're taking a lot of damage. Okay. Okay, I think we do this. So let's move to here. Which will get us attacked, but that's fine. And then... Concentrated fire. We'll just do this, I guess. Okay. And then we'll switch to our Melta and get an extra attack. Which we'll do... Can't do that. Guess we'll do this.
Eradicated.
Rip that guy. And then I guess we could do this. So we could get an extra attack. That might actually be the correct play here. Because then we can switch to this and just use it here.
Each strike is a prayer.
Okay. And then we end the turn. Alright, time for ourselves. So I think we just buff ourselves. And then we do Blade
Not
Dance.
a problem for me. Another clean strike.
Okay. Psychic Force. Okay. Pretty good. And then I guess we can just end the turn there. Pascal, you're kind of hurting, but I think you should be fine. So mark you as a prey. Let's do this. And then let's analyze you. Let's lower your armor. And then can we...
Request approved.
Machine Banishment. Wow, overpowered on you. And then I guess we'll just do this. And then we'll end the turn. Cassia, let's give... Let's see. We could give Keebler a turn, or we could give myself a turn. Let's try and pull all of them here.
You didn't stand a chance.
Oh, that triggers attacks too? That's crazy. That's so good. In which case...
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Argenta, move closer and then Melta.
I'll do it.
And then you can switch to this and do just a
Doubt is
straight
for the
shot.
weak.
Oh, and we can do one more? Really? Wow, that's kind of crazy.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Oh, we missed. Oh well. You can't win them all. Okay, well, as soon as it's her turn, she just wins, I think.
High momentum.
Yeah, because we just
If it serves
bang.
you.
Okay, well, I need to remember to go through and reload everybody's weapons. Requesting cessation of hostilities. Points to Tarzus. Help your brother. The unit that called itself Tarzus Hanuman is dead, has been disabled. This material asset is beyond restoration or reuse as spare parts. After a pause, Pascal bows his head, and a binaric requiem pours out of his vox. Despite his misconceptions, he was a servant of the Omnissiah. What did you do to Tarzus? Pascal's confused reply comes from his vox in a rasp. Unable to fulfill request. The Omnissiah granted me an epiphany, and I muted the maimed machine spirit that was filling Tarzus' mind with fury. I do not fully understand the manner of my appeal to it. The situation perfectly mirrors the incident on Recab Minoris, where I appealed to the machine spirit of a malfunctioning mechanism and laid it to rest. I'm sorry that you had to kill a comrade. I also have a negative assessment of this event. The Adeptus Mechanicus still accused the unit identifying itself as Pascal Hanuman of criminal theft of a unique identification code. Unlike Tech Brother Tarzus, I am not authorized to immediately execute the unit, but neither am I authorized to drop the inquiry. There are no apostates among us. The piercing voice from the Vox synth is more overwhelming than Tarzus' thunderous roar. Tech Brother Tarzus and the machine spirit that lived in his battle harness succumbed to the suffering that beset them. Their judgment was rash and erroneous. Now their torment is over. I declare them martyrs, and am requisitioning Tarzus Hanuman's neural augmented for the purposes of preserving his blessed memory. As astonished tech priests look on, Pascal leans over the slain man's body and extracts the augmented from his skull. His movements are as precise as they are respectful. Whatever you just did, it's working. Keep going. With each word, Pascal's voice grows more powerful and majestic. You saw the agony of your tech brother Tarzus was in. His unbridled, pain-spurred faith intimidated you, yet you were silent. Reverence stopped you from raising your voices to proclaim that the machine spirit with which his mind had merged was morbidly afflicted. The imperative of reverence had paralyzed your will, and you watched a tragedy unfold in silence. The sixth universal law states that comprehension is the true path to knowledge. Yet the procedural cycle has robbed you of your comprehension. Therefore, let the cycle be discontinued. There's a clang as Opticon 22's knee presses into the floor. Crimson hooded heads are bowed. Let the cycle be discontinued. The radiant light pouring out of Pascal's visor grows dimmer. Static creeps back into his voice. Let the cycle be discontinued, tech comrades. Pascal, there's one small point I'm not clear on. What just happened? Pascal's Vox synth crackles somewhat tentatively. I decided to sustain my words with an excerpt from one of the Blessed Amarnat's sermons on loss of internal and external function, verse 4. My analysis deemed it appropriate. What's the reason for this act of genuflection? It has been a long time since the words of the Messiah of discontinuing were last spoken, openly over public communication bans. We respectfully welcome wisdom's return. So he is not forgotten after all. The Messiah of discontinuing, is that how you refer to Amarnat? Following Archmagos Amarnat's partial cessation, removal from the chain of command, that was the authorship attribution on a series of sermons on discontinuing the cycle that were disseminated across the Cognizance fleet. It was, in fact, a title used by many in times past. Is Amarnat's teaching not heretical? This statement is false. Contrary to what many servants of the Omnissiah thought they knew preferred to believe, the Fleet's Supreme Conclave never issued an official statement on that decision. 37% of the Supreme Conclave's members openly supported Archmagos Amarnat's view, and were removed from the chain of command under circumstances that were classified. The Supreme Conclave has not had a quorum ever since. Do you know where the Amarnat is now? Data unavailable. No reports have mentioned Archmagos Amarnat since the incident on the Arch Mechanicus Hermetico, which led to the presumed destruction and disappearance of that void ship. My archive has no data on the Hermetico incident. The vessel was the Blessed Amarnat's base of operation. Is it lost then? Pascal's voice is filled with anxiety. Were you among his followers? Negative. I had no contact with Archmagos Amarnat and was never a member of his flock disciples' retinue. However, my analysis of the doctrine he outlined inspired in me deep respect for trust in him. I presume the conflict between you and Pascal has been resolved then. The data received provides a basis for calling the fallen tech brother Tarsus hypothesis into question. Out of respect for, due to the lack of authorization to indict, the followers of the Messiah discontinuing, we will not proceed with the detainment, arrest, termination. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Thank you, tech brother Opticon 22. Now that the conflict has been resolved, you may remain aboard my ship. Request denied. The Kappa Thread supply line delegation is leaving Dargonis, expresses gratitude for the hospitality ceasefire, and proclaims its intent to return to Footfall to resume performing its regular functions. Tech Priest looks over at Pascal as if waiting for something. Pascal's mechanendrite briefly touches the shoulder of Opticon 22, who bows respectfully. I see. For a second, I thought that was Pascal. Just falls over. Okay. Well, that was certainly a thing. Okay. What kind of loot do they have on them? They have an Omnissiah axe that is the exact same as the one that we already have, so we do not care. Ooh, and a one-handed power sword. So it does more damage but has less armor pen. I actually think I should wield that. That would probably be ideal. Because... Okay, so which one of these is Veil Render? That one. Okay, so... Oh, I do love power swords. I am a fan. Although the force weapons are also cool. They're both cool. What can I say? Okay, so... I don't think we have another staff for you, do we? No, we have an Inquisition staff. Okay. So that's everybody. Let's just leave. I mean, most of them killed themselves by walking away from me. Oh, I realize we have an ad starting, but I'm not really going to pause right now. Because we're only just starting. Okay, let's see. Mundus Valencius. Okay, well, we resolved that. I guess let's go check out this planet, and then we'll go back to Dargonis. What is this? Looks like a gas giant. And it was, and there was nothing on it. Alright, well, easy enough. Alright, let's scan our own planet. And let's go to the Von Valencius Palace. We will take this group with us. I think, like, honestly, this feels like the group that we want to use, at least for a little while. We might replace Yurlet at some point. Maybe we'll swap her out for Abelard, but right now I do like having her in the group, because her damage output on a single target's pretty high. When in doubt, save. Fair enough. Oh god. Dark Souls 1 flashbacks. Glory to the rogue trader. I do love the idea of the little servo skulls with the banners just flying around, proclaiming who I am. That reeks of high nobility. The Emperor protects. Welcome home, your lordship. The stately woman in a long, full dress uniform makes a graceful curtsy. Her short graying hair does not obscure her stern features. I am Clementia Wursurian, Court Chancellor of the Von Valencius dynasty. On behalf of all of Dargonis, please accept my dearest condolences on the untimely passing of Theodora von Valencius. Her departure is a terrible blow to us all, but as one star expires, another always flares to life. And although still overcome with bitterness and grief, your subjects hope that you will become the trade dynasty's guiding light in these trying times. The young man quickly brings a respirator to his burnt face and bows his head courteously. His raven black hair veils his burns and skull implants, and his thin metal fingers creak quietly as he offers a whelming gesture. Archelaus Scalander, Secretary of the Administratum Department. I hope your journey to Dargonis was not darkened by unwarranted troubles. The Emperor protected us on our journey through the stars. Archelaus makes the sign of the Aquila, and may he remain merciful to us till the end of time. Does your lordship wish to survey the grounds, or perhaps we could sate your curiosity by answering any questions you might have? Governor Ben Drivistum has been notified of your arrival in Dargonis and will visit the palace shortly. The preparations for the official visit are well in hand, but your lordship still has plenty of time before the meeting. Hold a moment. What did you say your last name was? Clementia nodded politely. You heard correctly, your lordship. I am of House Rosarian, Lord Ballard's granddaughter and direct descendant. The succession of service is an effective good. It grants new generations understanding of their function within the mechanism. Why isn't the governor here with you to greet me? Apologies, your lordship. Governor Drivenstem's residence is on the other side of the world, by the Administratum Palace of Dargonis. We sent word as soon as you enter the system, but it takes time to travel the great distances of your domain. Chancellor Rosarian appears unruffled, but you cannot shake the thought that the governor's lateness is a subtle political gesture designed to test the limits of what is acceptable when it comes to interacting with the new rogue trader. I would like to rest before the meeting. Where are my chambers? They are very close, just down the hall. That is also where the study and the audience chamber are. Archelaus' face brightens with a pearly white smile, restoring some of his former good looks. Lady Theodora's study has remained locked since her last departure, but on account of your arrival, we've arranged for it to be tidied up. It is ready whenever you need it. I apologize for my bluntness, but I have a request to make. Perhaps before the meeting takes place, the illustrious Lord Captain could spare a few moments for a conversation with me. Archelaus bows his head. I certainly will find my report on the state of affairs in the Von Valencius Protectorate most useful. Okay. Oh, that camera I put in a weird place. Okay, so now we're by ourselves. Oh, interesting. So we're by ourselves, but all of our people are like around. Okay, we're definitely gonna loot everything that we can. Kibla. Make your people leave, Domin Deckard. Their idle questions are getting in the way of my watch. Shady character. Who are you? What a lovely day it is, your lordship. Your presence only makes it better. Lost a coin. Yeah.
Something of interest.
Oh. Okay. Talk to the messenger. May the Omnisaya bless the Von Valencia's dynasty. Alright, Jay, what's up? Okay. They don't really have anything, like, unique to say to me. I guess we just go to the palace, then. Well, okay, then. I realized I forgot to activate Firebot's connection, so... Not that it mattered for anything yet, but... Oh. Hello. Welcome, your lordship. Let me inform you of the location of the chambers on your dynastic estate. Okay. Go on. The main throne room is up the stairs and straight ahead. Your subject, Achilleus Scalander, informed me that he humbly awaits the opportunity to meet with you there. Okay, so he's in the throne room. If your lordship wishes to rest after your long journey, then your personal chambers are up the stairs and on the right. Okay. If you need anything, whatever your soul desires, I'll be right next to your chambers, eagerly awaiting your orders. Okay. In which case... Okay, I don't think I need the Herald Skull with me right now, so let's just take the Herald Skull out. We'll replace it with... I guess we'll replace it with a large medikit. Actually, let's replace both of these with large medikits. Oh, wait, no, hang on. Because these only take one... No. Okay, so large medikits are very useful and seem to not cost as much as I thought they would. Okay, whatever. Okay, let's just go talk to Achilleus. There's Clementia. Where is... Alright, there's Glyto and Solomorn. There's Heinrichs. Achilleus, there you are. The slender figure, clad in robes made from expensive fabric, shudders from violent coughing. Pressing a gilded respirator to his face, the man takes several deep breaths. Achilleus, it's been many moons. I hope your cousin is feeling well. Achilleus covers his burnt lips, trying and failing to suppress a coughing fit. She is in good health. She sends her regards to you, as well as her wishes for your swift return. Heinrichs frowns. For as long as the stars shine in the sky, my vigil continues. So it does. Achilleus thumps himself on the chest with his augmented hand. You hear the clanging of metal against metal. You know what? I'm gonna say nothing. My apologies, Deckard. Given the break in the communications between systems in the Expanse, it's become difficult to maintain contact with agents. Receiving this report and assessing the situation is my primary responsibility. Heinrich looks at Achilleus. Allow me to introduce Achilleus Scalander properly. In addition to his duties as Secretary of the Administratum, he acts as an agent of the Golden Throne under my aegis. Master Scalander was transferred into my remit by a colleague who is engaged in other matters in the Coronis Expanse. I'm sure you'll find Achilles' services useful, especially when dealing with the schemes of humanity's foes within the borders of your protectorate. Greetings, Lord Deckard von Valencius. Allow me once again to express my deepest condolences on the loss of Lady Theodora. I will do everything I can to track down and destroy all of Kunrad Voigtvir's accomplices on the capital world. Do you know anything about what has become of Kunrad Voigtvir? The former Master of Whispers is a heretic and a traitor to the dynasty. Achilles nods grimly. Word of his treason reached Dargonis too late. Kunrad came to the planet and left it almost immediately, once he had sown discord in the minds of the gullible and naive. The worst of the rumors he started was that you were the one responsible for Lady Theodora's sudden demise. Of course, your loyal subjects did their best to skin alive any who showed signs of doubt, but it seems unlikely that the Wardens got to everyone who has allowed doubt into their heart and now nurtures it in secret. You promised me a report on the present state of affairs in the Protectorate. I've already forwarded all official reports to your Seneschal. As for the conversation we're having right now, I wouldn't trust any paper or data slate with its contents. You see, Lady Theodora, may the Emperor have mercy on her soul, was perfectly aware of Dargonis' political environment. You, however, have only just arrived on the capital world, and I thought it would be best to be agree with the speed. Frankly, the nobles of Dargonis, much like nobles on most worlds, are akin to spiders in a jar, ready to pounce on whoever's the weakest, or whomever they deem to be the weakest. The nobles of Dargonis are well-respected, rich, and powerful individuals who held Lady Theodora's favor for many years, and found ways to rise above the rest by diligently serving the rogue trader. Every family pursues its own selfish interests, and each one expects that with the transition of power they will retain and even add to their lands and wealth. The families I would recommend giving particular attention to are the Drivistems, the Gapraks, and the Sauerbachs. I should also mention the Wasurians, not a noble house per se, but a family that was part of Lady Theodora's inner circle, to the Blue Blood's great displeasure. What about the Drivistems? The Drivistems are the ancient governor house of the Dargonis. Predictably, the greater the wealth of the House von Valencia's protectorate, the fuller their coffers grow. Their reputation is flawless except for one detail. We have evidence that Urban Drivestem's rivals seem to have the misfortune of regularly falling victim to Xenos raids. I find that these attacks have always a little too advantageous for the Drivistems, but we lack solid proof and it might never surface. The closer an official is to a rogue trader, the braver and safer they feel. I would like to remind everyone that rubbing shoulders to Xenos is a heresy that can be overlooked only in the case of the von Valencia's heir, not his servant. What makes the Gapraks special? The Gapraks hail from a remote forge world, and among their distant relatives, there are many servants of the Omnissiah, and the house itself is close to the cult of the Adeptus Mechanicus, both in spirit and in their business connections. The Gapraks oversaw the industrial shipment within your protectorate, until recently. Ever since the astropathic communication with Kiava Gammas was severed, they've been quite concerned about the security of the planet placed in their care. Okay, what of House Sarbak? Religious and hardworking, the Sarbaks own many enterprises, including distillation manufactorums that produce promethium. I must note that lately, members of the Sarbak family have been prone to overly liberal statements about the von Valencia's dynasty. They believe that Lady Theodora is a bit too keen to leave her worlds without proper oversight. Okay. Tell me a little bit more about the Warsians. Warsurians. The Warsurians are a line founded by Lady Theodora's Seneschal, and as such are nominally considered nobility, at least from the standpoint of the Imperial Navy, from which Lord Abelard hails. On Dargonis, however, their position is precarious. Firstly, they were never granted an official title, a process which has been impeded for decades by the old houses of Dargonis. And secondly, the other families do not see them as equals, but more as upstarts clinging to the rogue trader's favor. The Warsurians are responsible for the capital world's fleet and the majority of the cargo shipments on domestic routes. After hearing all that, I feel the urge to have every one of those sycophants executed at once. Achilles shrugs. You are naturally well within your right, rogue trader, but remember that this will cause the multi-layered bureaucratic system of Dargonis, of your entire protectorate, in fact, to come apart at the seams. And that's not even considering the likelihood of attempted reprisals from their families and allies. I would hold off on the death sentences. Act with restraint and wisdom. Present for all those to see sufficient proof of the unwarranted house's guilt. Do not mistake me. Mass executions are one way to solve your problems, but in that case, you should weigh up every possible scenario before you act. That's fair. Enough about the nobles. Was there anything else you wanted to report? There was, your lordship. And this time it concerns the main reason for my presence on this planet. Xenos and the threat they pose, both to you and to humanity as a whole. The last few months have been difficult for the people who report to me. My eyes and ears scattered throughout the Coronis expanse. Warp disturbances, astropaths overcome with madness, ships disappearing in the immaterium. Many of my observers and contacts have gone dark or have been killed by some calamity or another. Still, I managed to establish communications with some key individuals who were able to warn me about incoming threats, including Xenos raids. Achilles looks you in the eye without blinking. It is within my power to supply you with intelligence on where and when the Xenos will strike next. I do not doubt that Governor Dervisim will beg you for protection against the Xenos, and in this fight, the information from my contacts will serve you well. I beseech you, if I ever report a threat looming over a ship or a planet, do not dismiss it. Sometimes it takes an intervention from the rogue trader and his mighty void ship to avert a disaster. Okay, fair enough. I'm curious about the scars on your face. He coughs. 5 years ago, there was an accident. Several tanks of promethium exploded in the storehouse at my estate, and I was buried alive under the rubble. The Emperor preserved my soul, and the skilled physicians of Dargonis saved my body, except for my lungs, with which I had to part. I presume the incident was an attempt on my life, but the identity of whoever was behind it remains a mystery. What are your responsibilities here? Officially, I am a secretary at this world's administratum department. Less officially, I'm afraid I can't disclose that even to you. In short, I collect and investigate reports of heresy taking root on upstanding planets of humanity. Above all else, I am concerned about the Xenos threat that hangs over the entire Coronis expanse, including your protectorate. Sadly, my mission was complicated by the recent warp disturbances. I'm still trying to re-establish contact with many of my agents. You know anything about the Cult of the Final Dawn? My knowledge is deplorably limited, your lordship. All my attention has been focused on tracking Xenos activity. I'm certain that Master von Kallax can tell you much more about those heretics than I. Tell me about the Xenos. The residents of the local systems are no strangers to skirmishes with the enemies of humanity, but recently the loathsome beasts seem to have completely flown off the handle. We received reports from ships that made it through the warp to Dargonis. Both they and the colonies that they departed from are being attacked. We identified the breed of Xenos that pose this threat. The Drukhari, humanity's ancient and insidious foes. Be vigilant on your travels. The Xenos will undoubtedly attack a road trader's ship should they find the circumstances to be in their favor. Unfortunately, in the host of humanity, there are those who are willing to grovel before our enemies in the hopes of a valuable reward. You may be interested to know that we are on the trail of such heretics. Achilles glances at a data slate. Overwhelming evidence indicates that a plundered void station in Langren's Belt is being used as a base by a band of pirates who are not above dealing with Xenos. I'm unable to persuade the Chancellor of the need to dispatch a ship there, but perhaps you would like to pay a courtesy call to these scoundrels yourself. What of your unofficial work? Yes? I would like a list of all your agents and the means to contact them. I can understand your desire as a rogue trader to have everything under your control, and yet I am not at liberty to make use of classified information related to the interrogator's agents in whatever way I see fit. Achilles lowers his gaze and nods politely. Heinrichs lets out a sigh of disappointment. There's no point in pressing my agents. None of them would ever reveal such vital information, especially not in my presence. Alright, well, fair enough. I must take my leave. According to the message I received a few minutes ago, Governor Dervisim has arrived at court. I imagine that the Chancellor is already prepared to arrange the meeting. All that's left is to notify her that you are ready to see Urban. Well, he made me wait, so I'm gonna make him wait. I'm gonna go look at my room. Long live the rogue trader.
Halt! I noticed something.
Ooh. Whenever the wearer moves through a cell occupied by an enemy, the wearer gains 15% dodge against the enemy's attacks on the wearer's next turn. That's interesting, but... well, I guess there's no reason not to hold on to it. Anything else in here? Electrified shard net. Okay. Oh. Multi-melta, you say? Oh, wait, no. That went to the wrong thing. I need... Where was that? Cargo. Uh... Multi... Melta? Okay, there we go. So... God, finding it in here is going to be so hard. Okay, so that's sorting that. So ranged weapons. Sort by newest to oldest? No. God, it is... I didn't even mean to do that. It is impossible. I don't think that I have the capability to use a Melta weapon, so I think I should be able to just scroll through, right? Newest to oldest. Because I know that this is not correct. Okay. Okay, wait. So, newest to oldest. Is it not that type of a weapon? The bolt pistol. What is it classified as? Is it a heavy weapon? What type of weapon would that be? Oh man, I have to dig through this to find it. Okay, this in a game that has a lot of cool stuff, this sucks. Because it is basically impossible for me to find the Meltagun that I just had. Like, I basically just have to scroll through this and hope. And the sorting just does not work. Okay, that's a heavy, or that's a hand flamer. The regular flamer. Come on, I really want that gun. Come on, where is it? It's not one of these, because this is a bolter. Nope, that's a hand flamer. Those are swords. That's a Drakari blast pistol, which we can't use anyway. It's a bolter. Bolter, bolt pistol. No, where is it? Yeah, see if I try and type Melta, it doesn't show up. Type? Okay, that at least is somewhat useful. This is miscellaneous. Can I search for it in this? Melta? No, that's Melta bombs. Okay, this is armor kits. This is uniforms. That's melee. We need ranged. Okay, this is ranged. Bolter. Bolter. Is there like a heavy weapon option? That's the plasma pistol. Bolter. Oh. Get out of here, bot. Okay, that's a sniper rifle. That's a hand flamer. Shotguns, regular flamers. Come on. I'm gonna be so sad if we lost it, because that would be so good. Okay, so can I just type weaponry? Okay, so list. Void Pirates, jewelries, you know, artifacts. Is it a Mechanicus thing, maybe? Oh, it could be a Mechanicus thing, I guess. No, it's not. Okay, it's not Mechanicus. It's not fuel. Well, probably. Components, weaponry, ranged weaponry. Okay, let me see what that gets classified as. I have to actually look this up. Rogue Trader. There we go. Okay. It is classified as a ranged weapon. Okay. So it is technically a ranged weapon, but I don't see it listed under the available... Oh, we didn't take it. Oh, okay. I was extremely worried there. All right, that was a huge waste of time, but also... Oh, she doesn't have the strength to wield it. Okay, well, we're definitely gonna have to raise your strength somehow. Do we have anything that can raise your strength? Oh, we have that, those gloves. Who do we give those gloves to? Did we give them to you? We did. Okay, let's give you those for now. So we only have to give you... You need 15 more strength to wield the multi-melta. Which the multi-melta is going to be huge. Because even though it costs more, we have ways of making our shots free. And it has a higher armor pen and a higher base damage. So yeah, we're definitely going to use that. Oh, this is quite the view. Something is watching us. Yes, good, excellent. Alright. What's behind this door? It's... stuff. There's a book. Ooh. Secret panel, you say? Something tells me that she was up to some stuff. Mysterious item undoubtedly created by inhuman hands. Okay, she had a bunch of Xenos artifacts. This. Mysterious Xeno artifact rests in a stasis field. Is that a Necron thing? It looks like a Necron thing, maybe. When the wearer hits an ally with an area attack, the wearer gains +1 stack of Zealot until end of turn. Wearer deals plus 10% damage with their area attacks for each stack of Zealot. Ooh, that's really good. Plus 10 bonus attack use, also increased damage. Alright, that's really good. Take that as well. Okay, so we should give you this cloak, because you're using one that just reduces dodge chance, which is good, don't get me wrong. But I think you already get the Zealot effect, so that just makes it even better. And then Pascal, you're currently using +3 bonus attack use. Here you go, plus 10 bonus attack use, and also your plasma weapon is now better once we give you one. What's this? Strange objects lie behind the case. The complete absence of explanatory labels makes it impossible to learn what they are. Rare books arrayed on these shelves with their lavish, almost pretentious bindings seem to be identical. Dust is accumulated on the raised oil smears. If servants ever access this room, they do so very rarely. Okay, do we have anything around here of note? Shelves of this library are laden with dusty tomes. Your eyes linger on the works of several Administratum adepts and the memoirs of some unfamiliar explorer of distant death worlds. This is a piece of Wraithbone. That's an Eldar thing. This is definitely like Drakari. Okay, well. Cool secret stuff. I think that's everything that's in here. What's this? Remains of a plaque can be seen on the frame, alas the inscription is completely indistinguishable due to Tina. Okay. Alright. Now we will tell you that we are ready. Your lordship. Clementia bows her head politely. For a chancellor to a rogue trader, she is dressed rather simply. A paraded doublet, polished boots, and a comfortable cloak. She bears a saber and a gilded scabbard, whether for show or protection one could not say. Only her ring with the Brasarian coat of arms indicates that she is of the highest social stratum. The governor is waiting on the periphery of the palace. Please let me know when you would like to see him. The sharp gaze, the impeccably straight back, the composure. For a moment you feel like you're looking at a younger version of Abelard himself and not his heir. Judging by the scars and the exposed parts of her body, Clementia saw her fair share of combat prior to assuming the position of Chancellor. What are your responsibilities as Chancellor? To put it simply, I am your trade representative. Any and all decrees, deals, official communications, and meetings are first reviewed by me, then forwarded to you from down the hierarchy. My purview also includes overseeing your lordship's property, the palace, the estates, the many gardens, and other domains on Dargonis that you have inherited from Lady Theodora. And whenever you are present on Dargonis, consider me your personal secretary. What can you tell me of Dargonis? All deals and important decisions are made here in the capital. Many years ago, an ancestor of Lady Theodora signed an agreement with the Adeptus Administratum, which allowed for efficient management of the world and the neighboring systems. In accordance with the decree, a share of the planet's population was assigned to the Administratum and converted into servitor scribes. They now toil across the entire world. Ah, I see. So they took some of the people and turned them into servitors. Dargonis is also the seat of several noble families who run all the major planets in the Protectorate. If I may express my not-so-humble opinion, they care very little about who exactly stands at the helm. Those piranhas think about their own profits just as much as they do about the prosperity of the Protectorate itself, if not more. And lastly, Dargonis has its own fleet, a luxury unavailable to the vast majority of other worlds in your realm. In addition to the warships, the Protectorate also employs privateer ships, which are used to transport cargo between worlds. Does the capital stay in contact with the other worlds in the Protectorate, then? Unfortunately, not at this time, your lordship. After the few representatives of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica and Dargonis went into a frenzy, some of the Psychers were tragically pacified by the respective authorities. Since then, communication with the neighboring systems has been unreliable at best. Thanks be to the Master of Mankind that you managed to find your way to the capital. If the houses are so volatile, what sense is there in keeping them? Over the many centuries, an intricate hierarchy is formed within the ruling elite of Dargonis. The great houses do more than plunder your treasury. It is replenished to a large degree thanks to their administrative work and their lands. Naturally, you can get rid of anyone who you consider surplus to requirements, but right now it could threaten the fragile stability that is currently holding the Protectorate together. Fair enough. I realize sometimes, just barely, whenever a car decides to be very loud, you can kind of hear it on my mic, even with the gating, so apologies for that. Tell me about the governor. Urban Driveston is a well-respected man, and not on Dargonis, but throughout the Protectorate. Not just on Dargonis. For many centuries, his house has supported the capital's administration and the logistics between the Von Valencia systems. The Driveston's efforts secured years of order and prosperity for Dargonis. What's more, Lady Theodora personally insisted that Lord Urban specifically be made the next governor. The way you speak of Driveston, I hear a hint of either contempt or resentment. No, I don't believe I feel either, your lordship. Clementia's steely eyes stare into the distance, her jaw clenching visibly. She speaks in a polite but clipped manner, clearly flustered by your insight. We have different views on how to run a world. We sometimes have discussions over the laws that are enacted, but we both work for the good of the Von Valencia's Protectorate. That much can be said without a doubt. Okay. Thank you for your report. Actually, wait, hang on. Are there any other issues that I should be aware of? Apart from the disrupted communications, Dargonis was recently raided by enemies of humanity. However, the fleet, under the command of Captain Marthius Worsarian, triumphed over the accursed Xenos. Yes, for my opinion on the matter, we have the situation completely under control. You catch her avoiding your gaze for a moment. For the first time, it's obvious that Clementia is looking out for her house's good name. But despite the confidence in her tone, you can tell that she does not entirely believe her own words. Okay? Tell them that I'm ready to see the governor. I shall arrange for him to be escorted to your study. Deckard von Valencius, 20th in his line, rogue trader, keeper of the Sacred Warrant and ruler of the Coronis Expanse from the Chronox system to the 100 Dreams Crossroads. I bid you welcome. Urban Driveston, governor of this great world. First and foremost, please accept my deepest condolences. It will be difficult to recover from the loss of a woman as great as Theodora von Valencius. It pains me to think that she is no longer with us. The citizens of Dargonis and of the entire Protectorate grieve alongside you. Please allow us to declare half a year of mourning so that we can honor the memory of our beloved lady. The governor glances at Kibula anxiously, then immediately averts his gaze. Then he looks at her again, but when Kibula lets out a grim chuckle and stretches her lips daubed in fresh blood into a petrifying grin, the governor turns away from her sharply, all but squealing in fear. No, I think that she deserves being mourned, so Theodora von Valencia deserves more than that. You'll declare for a year of mourning. I will immediately give all necessary instructions, your lordship. He casually pressed a few buttons on the college chair built into his gold bracer. Esteemed Deckard, Lady Theodora was a strong leader. We ought to follow her example. Let us lean on our wisdom and persevere in spite of this tragedy. Together, let us carry on where she no longer can by leading the Von Valencia Protectorate to even greater prosperity. Alas, it won't be an easy task to accomplish. Some time ago, the astropaths of Dargonis flew into a rage and they had to be subdued. We are gradually restoring our ability to speak with neighboring worlds, but the contacts are still weak. The routes are tangled, no longer lead to major systems that the captains expect them to. Given that the vast majority of ships in the Dargonis Navy travel without relying on the service of navigators, without your engagement, the well-being of the Von Valencia's dynasty and billions of its subjects is presently at risk. Kunrad Whitebeard, former Master of Whispers, is a heretic and a traitor, as he's shown his face on Dargonis. The governor pensively strokes the rings glittering on his fingers. Lord Whitebeard visited the capital some time ago, but he did not request a personal meeting. A heretic, you say? Now I see where all the whispering in the corridors has come from. I shall be frank with you, your lordship. Lady Theodora's sudden death was a blow to every one of us. The absence of any sort of verifiable and complete information about her successor gives grounds for all manner of rumors and misinterpretations, especially if someone is deliberately inciting unrest and discontent. Naturally, none would dare challenge you by accusing you of something as sacrilegious as murdering a rogue traitor. However, Kunrad Whitebeard was once a true boon to the Protectorate back in the day, and as such, some might heed his words. Okay, so the dogmatic option is, let's see, we can sentence anyone who makes heretical remarks to being turned into servitors. We can forgive those who doubted us, or we can, the heretical option is brutal. We can remove their vocal cords and replace them with vox implants that forcibly sing the praises of ourselves. I think we go with the iconoclast option, because it was a tumultuous time and we do have a lot of difficulties going on right now. So I understand their doubts, but I will prove myself worthy of the position. Why, Deckard, your desire is most commendable, but please do not forget, a ruler should never bow to their attendants, or some might see it as a show of weakness. Okay, fair enough. What exactly does the Dargonis nobility expect from me in light of the loss of routes and communication with other worlds? We're all troubled by the fate of the agri-world Janus that supplied Dargonis and other planets with foodstuffs. Empty stomachs can drive even the mildest rabble to revolt. Furthermore, House Gopkrok is perturbed by the loss of communication with the industrial world Diavagama, which is in their charge. But if you wish to know my opinion, the world that deserves your attention the most is the penal world Vibos 6, one of the key mining suppliers in your protectorate. Such intriguing concern for Vibos 6 outpost. Doesn't your house happen to own the extraction stations out there? Drimsim's beady eyes widen in fear. Your lordship, I beg if you do not interpret my words as an attempt to influence your decisions anyway. You see, without Vibos 6, the manufactorums on your worlds will need to make haste to find new suppliers elsewhere and arrange the new shipments. In these troubling times, they run the risk of delays and other most tragic mishaps. My only concern is for the prosperity of the Von Valencia's dynasty. Yes, well, I've already visited the agri-world Janus. Governor Viet found herself facing a number of problems in my absence. Truly, the Viet line is one of the oldest in the Von Valencia's protectorate. If the inheritor of such well-respected blood could not handle whatever had befallen her, then the situation must have been extraordinary indeed. We're not going to lie. I'm just going to be, I'm going to be frank with him. Vicenza succumbed to the worshipping of ruinous powers and was executed. Driviston pales in terror. It is clear from the unseemly grimace on his aristocratic countenance that his fear is not feigned. Ruinous powers? Truly horrific news. I commend your resolve and unwavering severity. Death to the enemies of humanity. That does it for the planets and trade routes. What else? Xenos, your lordship. I don't really know where to begin. He rubs the bridge of his nose wearily. Otherworld beasts are not an uncommon sight in the Coronis expanse. They've been a menace to the worlds this side of the Maw for decades. But now those abominations are on the rampage. They show no signs of fear as they attack ships, either damaging them to the point where they become unfit for transport duty or outright gutting them. Only you have the power to stop this madness. We are in the process of restoring the astropathic choir on Dargonis. Luckily, we are forced to slay only some of the deranged psychers, although those that remain are, as of yet, unable to transmit messages. I hope Master Scalander will keep his word and offer you his support in the war against the Xenos. According to his reports, the region of Vibos 6 has been particularly concerned in the last few cycles, which is all the reason to discover the colony's fate as soon as possible. Now, to issues on a smaller scale, there's a certain degree of tension in the capital due to the unorthodox succession to the Sacred Warrant. Chances of uprising are minimal, of course, and the spreading of rumors is nothing but a sign of weakness of mind and spirit. Nonetheless, I've prepared a list of minor houses that have demonstrated unseemly discomposure at your succession. What is to be done with them? Command the spinners of the bloodspun web, and they will set a fine snare of retribution, Domin. We will whisper names, and that whisper will drown out insolent voices. I'm gonna trust Kibla here. Kibla, I entrust this burden to the blood-spun web. Unravel the tangle of plots and foil them. It will be done, Domin. Let the sacrament of the hunt commence. A cold sweat breaks on Drivisim's face. He forces a subservient smile on his face. This will bring the noble houses into line for years to come, your lordship. It will make them fear not only blasphemous words, but also their own shadows. And one last thing, your lordship. Your inauguration as bearer of the Sacred Warrant is but a matter of time, and I would like to inquire about one crucial detail. I imagine you're intending to uphold the centuries-old tradition, bolstered by an equally long-lasting friendship of being represented on Dragonis by one of the noble houses. I presume that, as before, this duty will be accorded to House Drivstam. Okay. Which houses can represent me at the ceremony? Any of the noble houses located on Dragonis. The Drivistam family, which I lead, the Gaprak family, with long ties to the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Sarbaks, known for their piety and diligent service. Perhaps I should also mention the Wazurians, who have some influence but who are not actually of noble origin. Any one of these houses would be honored to represent you at the ceremony. Ooh, okay. So we have a choice. We can pick tradition, where House Drivistam is the one that honors us. We can side with House Gaprak, who are the Adeptus Mechanicus people. Sarbak, who I'm not a fan of the Sarbaks already because I don't really like my I forget what her role is, but she's in charge of the policing force on my ship. I do like the Wasurians, but I don't think that it would be a good idea for me to bestow an honor upon them with this, because I feel like this would end poorly for me. I think all the houses would not like this. And I have no reason to doubt him yet, so there's no need to alter any traditions. The dynasty will be represented by House Drivistam. I never doubted your lordship's decision. I can tell that the future holds a fruitful partnership for us and prosperity for all of Dragonis. I shall immediately relay all your orders, most gracious rogue trader. May the gold of the throne illuminate your path. Tell me about yourself and the house. It would be my pleasure to enlighten you. My house is the oldest and most respected on Dragonis. My ancestors walked side by side with yours for many generations as they cared for this world's welfare. Our duty is to supervise the governing bodies within the systems subservient to you, and we are responsible for the Protectorate's logistics and economic stability. As for me personally, I am a humble servant of the Emperor and a loyal subject to the rogue trader, and to my great pleasure, I had the honor of calling myself Lady Theo's close friend. At Urban's last words, Abelard lets out a sound that could be interpreted as either a snort or a cough. Urban gives him a look, which Abelard meets with an expression of utter nonchalance. I would like to complete my inauguration as soon as possible. When is the ceremony? I am afraid that until you deal with pressing issues, the ceremony will have to be postponed. Many trade routes are still unavailable. The central roads of the Fundamentalist Protectorate are going through a crisis, and the warp disturbances, if void observers are to be believed, will prevent important guests from reaching the capital. That will be all, I take it then. Thank you for your time, your lordship. Since duty calls, I shall take my leave. May the Emperor's grace be upon you. Okay, well, unfortunately, I thought we were going to be named the Rogue Trader, but I guess we can't yet until we get everything else. Alright. So, we have to deal with our last location, which is Kiavagama. Let's see. Alright, well, in that case, let's go loot this thing. And then I guess we go back to the ship. Oh, is there more loot? Apparently there's more loot over here. Hello, Cassia. Pascal, are you doing anything back here? No, you're just hanging out with the tech priests. Okay. Okay. That's everything. So I guess we just go back to the ship. Unless something happens when we step out. Nope. Okay, in which case, I guess we go back to Mundus Valencius? What is this? We have two options here. What is this one? Oh, okay. Terrible news from Dargonis, Lord Captain. A subsidiary hive city, Scipione 84249, has been destroyed in a series of cascading failures. Production has halted and millions of people have broken their vows of obedience and are fleeing. Many of them are perishing in the wastelands and overloading the transport lines leading to neighboring hives. The surrounding residential sectors are becoming increasingly agitated with the influx of refugees. What is your directive regarding the distribution of these refugees? What is the cause of the catastrophe? Still unclear. The noble houses are casting blame on one another. Agents of the esteemed Achilleus Scalander stationed in Scipione 84249 died heroically while trying to save the population from this disaster. Their final reports mentioned some vulnerabilities in the industrial sectors of the lower hive, but did not go into further detail. All your servants are currently too busy dealing with the consequences of the crisis to investigate cause. What say my advisors? The death of Achilleus' agent troubles me. It may not be a coincidence. Until the cause of the disaster can be concretely established, I would avoid letting refugees into other hives. There may be saboteurs among them. I recommend setting up prohibitive cordons, where the refugees can be contained in the wasteland between the hives. The Emperor bids us to face the often cruel strokes of fate with dignity. If the other hives do not wish to accept the unfortunate victims of this tragedy, then let the victims themselves teach those living in the hives a lesson in resilience and humility. I'm sure that the ecclesiarchy will aid the refugees in constructing camps to survive out in the wasteland and establish a community of proud desert-dwelling martyrs. Such harsh conditions will be a crucible of fortitude and fearlessness. This tragedy a feat of spirit. The noble houses are trying to wash their hands of this. How predictable. And yet it is their duty to see to it that the planet meets its tithe obligation and brings glory and revenue to the treasury in your absence. Let the aristocrats see to the refugees and not stop until every last one of them has been put to work. Okay, so we gain Blood of Scipione. So if we force them, refugees from the fallen hive toil without rest to prove that they deserve the honor of serving the Protectorate. The servants have now been tasked to maintain the rogue trader's equipment in perfect condition. They do so with painstaking care. So +1 deflection and +3% hit chance. That's pretty good. Bane of Scipione 84249. Rogue trader and their allies get +2 momentum for each human enemy killed in battle. I see. And then Argenta, we get +1 efficiency, and we also get decreases enemy critical hit chance damage by 15%. Wow. Yeah, I think we go with Argenta. He who dares to remain deaf to the pleas of the destitute shall be branded a traitor of the flesh, or traitor of the faith. Large labor settlements are set up around the ruins of Scipione 84249. The refugees from the wasteland and neighboring hives have been rounded up there. In the harsh wastelands scorched with the industrial poison, with only a bare modicum of food and clean water, the settlement residents have begun the arduous and dangerous task of rebuilding their fallen home. Many of the Ecclesiarchy's priests sought to share in this burden with the poor souls, coming to their villages and preaching them about the righteousness of hard work. Some priests have even chosen to stay in the camps permanently, where the desert cults of Aconite martyrs have begun to gather around them, glorifying the Lord Captain for granting them the right to suffer for the glory of the God Emperor. Okay. Okay, we have a bunch of stuff to do. So, alright. So, we have a project wherein we need to do something with the ruins of Scipione 84249. So, we can restore the Hive City, which costs us a provision and plasteel, but we gain profit and we gain more people. Extasiums for the nobility. Palace extasiums will be constructed on top of the ruins for the aristocracy. The dead and dying will fertilize the gardens that will ring these pleasure chambers. Ew, absolutely not. That gives us the same profit factor and it adds complacency and efficiency. We do not need that. Emporium. The surviving spine of Scipione will be rebuilt into a space elevator. It will be capped by an emporium, accepting those ships who are too heavy to land on the surface. That is tempting, actually. That's very tempting. I wonder if that might actually be the best option. Okay. But this being a source of like people and profit is very valuable to me. Increase the resources produced by the colony, increasing it. Okay, so let me see. So oh, so we don't even get the option to look at the higher level projects, right? No. Okay, so So currently we don't produce any plasteel right now, but we will produce plasteel in the future. No, I think we do the restoration. I think we build a new hive city on top of the ruins. Because this is going to give us a lot more people, and I feel like we're going to need people quite a bit. So, yeah, let's do that. And then... Ooh, okay, so... we can steadily get other stuff. Scriptorium schools will be pretty cool. No, we're not gonna do Filth of the Expanse because we're not. We'll like gain reputation with them, but we're absolutely not gonna like max that. Shield of the Emperor. Do more damage or better chance to hit pirates. We get an armed frigate to escort us. That's pretty good. And then higher security across all colonies. We don't need hallucinatory chems. Spalika is pretty good, although this is an Eldari weapon, which we can't use. Doctrine of Rationality. That gives us more dogmatic. This gives us more iconoclast. Genetic Mercy. The genetic purges will be stopped. This world needs working hands. No, because that's something that in the year 40,000 that is actually relevant. Because mutants are actually a problem in some places, so... So I'm leaning towards either doing Shield of the Emperor or Scriptorium schools, because both of these seem very useful. And then... Let's see... So if we do Shield of the Emperor, we can make guilds. Gives a bunch of profit and efficiency. If we do Shield of the Emperor, we can also set up a location for the Adeptus Arbites, which gives us access to more security and some additional macro cannons. And then Filth of the Expanse, only able to take if you're part of the pirates, but we're not going to do that. Cool sword, but we're not siding with the pirates for that. I'm inclined to actually side with the Adeptus Arbites if possible, but that is going to require us to get a higher complacency here. And also, higher Imperial Navy. Which, the current complacency is, you know, 0. Alright. Audience with the Arbites. Audience with the... Oh my god, we got so many things to do suddenly. Holy crap. Oh, contracts. We haven't had contracts before. Oh, I didn't even realize I could be doing this. Oh, these are all new. That's why. Okay, so we have a ton of plasteel. So... Let's see, the Omnisci is anger. Factory world of Ginsark incurred the wrath of the Omnisci and has been struck by a major technological disaster. The machine spirits have gone to sleep inside the twisted industrial metalwork and damaged cogitators. The Forge Master needs supplies and materials and is offering skillful technomats in exchange. Yep, absolutely, we will trade you. Let's see. So we gave you what you needed. Security for all colonies if we give up Promethium. At the Departamento Munitorum, Officio Tactica analysts have noted an increase in pirate attacks. The Imperial Navy is planning on conducting a large-scale operation to eradicate the outlaws, but stocking up a sufficient amount of fuel has proven difficult. Okay, so we're going to hold on to our fuel for now. Do we have anything else that requires provisions? We could lower profit factor to gain provisions. We lower adamantium for chemicals and people. Promethium for profit factor. Plasteel for profit factor. So we'll definitely do plasteel for profit factor. Lord Inquisitor Calcazar's servants have been buying up top quality plasteel and transporting it to an unknown location. While the nature of the Lord Inquisitor's secretive grand-scale manufacturing operation remains unknown, the names of those who are assisting him are uttered with great respect. Well, there you go. Give him a favor. Do we give him Xenotech or profit factor? I don't think we do. Let's give provisions for complacency. So, an army of Drusian pilgrims is planning to travel to an unexplored sector and set up a colony in the name of the Emperor. To ensure these fervent believers don't die on their journey, the cult of St. Drusus requires a huge amount of food. So we give them food. And then I guess we'll give up Promethium for security. And then we can... Caligo's Winterscale has found out that the secret of gas factoriums has been stolen from him. However, he is willing to leave that unfortunate incident in the past, offering the prospect of much greater gains. He's now captivated with the idea of seizing House Corda's Nephium rigs on the frozen world of Lucen's Breath. For Caligos himself, it would appear the profit is a mere side benefit, the opportunity to massacre large numbers of House Quarter's servants in planetary battles. He's offering to pay with the aforementioned priceless flammable liquid in exchange for the fighting force he is desperately lacking. More promethium is probably a good thing. Yeah, we'll give you people for an army and we'll take the promethium, which means that we can Explorer Cognizance Fleet is planning a holy expedition to an unexplored subsector. Their emissary Opticon 22 is prepared to buy a massive amount of fuel for their void ships, so we will go ahead and do that as well. Which leaves the only things, Xenotech for profit factor, which we're not going to do right now. Profit factor for provisions, profit factor for even more provisions, and then adamantine for chemicals and people, which I don't think we need. Okay, these are just a bunch of things going on. Okay, so I guess that's everything in this area. Marshal of the Adeptus Arbites is waiting for the road trader on Dargonis. It seems he has business with the Von Valencia's dynasty. Okay, yeah, so we should actually do that. So let's go to the throne room and talk to Solomorn. And then we'll actually go and explore. Alright. Okay, so we can land directly here. That's good to know. Alright, where is Solomorn? Solomorn was over here. Hi, Glyto. Rochader, the Marshal is ready to meet with you. We wish to commence the audience. I would prefer to know exactly what it is the head of the Adeptus Arbites in the Expanse wants to see me about. I do not know the details, but I would assume the procedure is the same as it was in Lady Theodora's time. A personal introduction, a reaffirming of allyship between the dynasty and the Adeptus Arbites, and a discussion of tithe-related affairs. Well, yes, I'm ready to discuss our business. Well, they certainly know how to make a show of it. Marshal Gregorius Strauch. Two markedly distinct figures approach the throne. Marching in front is a man clad in Adeptus Arbites armor. He carries his helmet in the crook of his arm, but his stern facade serves him as well as any visor could. He bows to you sharply. Marshal Strauch of the Adeptus Arbites. An old woman walks in the marshal's shadow, her body fitted with dozens of scribing implants and magnifying instruments. If not for her eyes, quick and inquisitive behind a giant pair of ocular lenses, you might have mistaken her for an exotic servitor. Her robes are adorned with sacred symbols of the Adeptus Administratum. The woman bows. Rogue trader Deckard von Valencius, I, Prefect Inscribia Vultur, greet you on behalf of the Adeptus Administratum. I will now begin the due procedure of official address to the rule of Dargonis as formalized by Amendment 4N10 to Law SK 941. May your name be wreathed in glory for centuries to come. May your fortunes ever proliferate. May the God Emperor bestow upon you a duty of his chosen. Her monotonous droning is making you weary. It seems she tends to go on for a good long while. No, you know what? Get comfortable and listen to the end. The prefect resumes her elaborate formula. You notice a few poorly concealed yawns and frenzied blinking around the crowd. The speech drags on for another 5 minutes, but you pass this test of fortitude honorably. At last, the prefect's address comes to an end. I do not recall seeing you at court. What is the purpose of your visit? The marshal leans forward. His voice is low, and when he speaks, it feels as though the marble tiles of the palace had begun to vibrate. The Adeptus Arbites delegation has arrived to greet Lady Theodora's successor and to see to the extension of our decades-long arrangement. If I may continue for you, the prefect steps forward, dragging your feet slightly. As per the decree of Theodora von Valencia, ORD 0373N, the representatives of the Adeptus Administratum, the Adeptus Arbites, are sanctioned to use the Palace of Justice, oversee tithe collection in the Protectorate, and review any and all cases of tithe avoidance, tithe exceedance, or other irregularities. These rights have been formalized in numerous pacts and statutes under the main decree. Considering your new position, you may yet acquaint yourself with these documents. You are the successor to Lady Theodora, whose alliance with our two sacred organizations forever glorified her as a rogue trader closely tied to the executors of Holy Terror's will. And we, as representatives of the Adeptus Administratum, the Adeptus Arbites, must verify that you are able to maintain this alliance that has brought such repute to your dynasty. The prefect scrutinizes you as if trying to estimate your proportions and weight. That is why we arrived in person, and as the present circumstances have provided us with a chance to see if your intentions to concord with those of the late von Valencius. And what circumstances are those? The prefect's lips contort into a twist. Our work has been disrupted by unforeseen setbacks regarding communication and transportation. As our requisitioned assets are not adequately prepared, we have lost some of our personnel and resources as a result. The arbitrators are too short-handed to perform all the duties expected of them. Since they first arrived in the Expanse, their numbers, limited from the outset, have only continued to dwindle. After analyzing the situation in accordance with Amendment FS 89324 to Decree ORD 0373N, we have decided to notify you of a tithe violation committed by one of the worlds in the region. This regrettable lapse must be rectified as quickly as possible. The old woman shivers and rubs her augmented hands together with an unnerving creak. Let's see. I will carry forth the responsibilities taken on by Lady Theodora. Offer you my help. An arbitrator will be assigned to you for increased security. Protector Anthar, front and center. Lord Marshal's voice thunders over the arbitrator ranks until one Anthar marches over to your throne, his cybermassive at his heel. Thank you for your support. I will go to Thessera as soon as I can. The Emperor protects. The Marshal makes the sign of the equivalent emotion so sharp that you can practically hear it cutting the air. The Prefect adjusts her ocular lens with a weary sigh. And, once again, no specifics given, of course. In my reports, nobody ever stops to think. Quickly catch yourself and offers you a bow. Okay. Well, that was a thing, I guess. Let's get out of here. Alright, so we've done everything we can in this system. We've not charted a path here yet. Chart your routes. Hundred Dreams Crossroads. Okay, so let's go to... Let's see. Oh, there's a space combat here. I would like to look at my colony management, actually. Lord Captain, the world of Foulstone has been upset by a conflict between the followers of the Order of the Hammer, the refugees from the Winterscale dynasty's domain. An argument broke out near the tomb of the renowned holy man Nicomedes Keefe, and the tomb was damaged in the fray. The pilgrims revering Keefe's rival, Philopomenes of Malfi, claimed Keefe to be a thief who had stolen the relics of St. Cognatius, and violated the sacred mystery of his resting place to sate his greed. The Order of the Hammer is furious at the heretical statements and the desecration of Keefe's burial site. Okay, so these guests who seem to have forgotten their manners will be summarily punished. 1 week without water rations. We share the indignation of the Order of the Hammer. We lose complacency, but we gain security and the relic. The relic gives plus 5% chance to reduce incoming warp damage by half for each point of deflection. Okay. Let them bring forth their representatives and try to negotiate some form of coexistence. So we lose efficiency, but we gain complacency. Can we go into the negatives? I assume that we can. Malpian Shroud. Deals damage to the melee attack. They gain 10 temporary wounds. Melee attack deals... That's really good, but I don't know if I want to give up a complacency for that. I charge the Order of Hammer to welcome 100 of the new arrivals into their ranks. Let them learn in his ways and come to accept their distinct path towards the reverence of Canation. None of these are particularly important to me. What's in my advisors? For a group that has just arrived in a foreign realm, the Malpian's conduct is insolent at best. Penance should be imposed on them. We will send them on a pilgrimage to find the relics of St. Cognatius to learn the ways of St. Keith. In this way, they would be of use for returning the lost relics, and the Order of the Hammer will be satisfied with a just verdict. There was a similar theological dispute at the Fifth Aphelion Council, and the conflict between the cults was resolved in a sacred duel. 20 champions from each side came forward, both sides vowing to accept the victor's teachings if they lost. I propose to invoke the council's edict and settle the dispute in the same way. I believe their faith is superior. Then let them prove it. Subject them to a severe test of faith. If they survive it, they will have proven their steadfastness. Even if the Order of Hammer does not accept their arguments, it will be easier for them to recognize the newcomer's right to interpret the way of St. Cognatius if they prove it with their own blood and pain. The Malpians have renounced the concept of possession. Their vows are true and similar to ours, but they lack humility and reverence for the dead. The Bloodsword Web could embrace their leaders. We could teach them. We could soothe the turmoil. Okay, so we can just gain the Shroud if we allow them to test their strength through convictions of severe trial of faith. Either the Fifth Orphelian Council would give us complacency and a power sword. Sheathed itself in glory when it was used in ceremonious single combat between the Malpians and the Order of the Hammer. That could be very good. The Malpian preachers belong to the Bloodstone Web now. Bring them aboard. Moving through cells affected by rainy blood or blood file costs the wearer 50% less MP, and we gain security. And then let's send the most zealous ones on a repentant pilgrimage to retrieve the relics, which would just get us the relic and the security. Okay, so... I'm kind of tempted. To get this cloak, because this cloak is really good. Because temp wounds adding to melee damage is really good. However, that doesn't give us long-term benefits. Because the problem is that that only gives us the loot that doesn't improve the colony. I'm kind of leaning towards inducting them into the Bloodspun Web. Because +1 security, and then we also give, we get these greaves that we can put on people. Let's do that. From this day forth, these people serve the Undying One. A grim and solemn procession of preachers came aboard and made a vocal renunciation of their former lives. Disturbed by the loss of their spiritual leaders, the refugees quieted down and no longer defied the Order of the Hammer. The Order of the Hammer thanked the Lord Captain for his protection and staying true to the agreements between them. Okay, so we got +2 to complacency, and we also got profit factor. And we also increase security as well. All allies increase their wounds by plus lore Imperium divided by 15. Pretty good. Alright, so we get to pick another one. So this unlocked some of these. Oh, can we do multiples of these? Oh, I guess some of them are mutually exclusive, but not all of them. Good to know. Okay, so this would cost plasteel and adamantine, and would give us profit factor and complacency. And we would get 3 times allies dogmatic rank crit, hit chance. Pretty good. Inversely, we could get a powerful flamer that does not apply burning, but does get armor pen. Okay, what else? And that adds security and profit factor. I do think we need efficiency. Shield of Faith gives prowl, shield sector increase. Whenever the wearer kills their target with a melee attack, all enemies in a 2-cell range around the wearer suffer 3 mental damage. Okay. Explorators of the Machine Cult. And then we also gain complacency. Okay, so what we kind of need is we kind of need efficiency right now. I don't think we have anything that is efficiency. Okay, well, let's look at these, because these require us to do certain things. So, charge ability deals additional damage to Daemons and Xenos, but we don't have charge on anybody that would use this for. Profit factor +5, complacency +2 across all colonies. Crusade. All allies get +20% damage against Daemons. That's pretty good. +20%. Wait. Rogue Trader and their allies gain +20% damage against Daemons. +20% damage against Daemons. So do we get... Does that mean we get 40% increased damage against Daemons? Am I crazy? Or does this not look like we get... Oh, no. Okay, I see. It's just showing me the buff twice. I understand. Okay, so it is 20%. But that's still really good, and it gives security to all of our systems. Shrine would be good, but we don't have charge, so that doesn't actually matter. Yeah, so I think we actually want to do Crusade, which means we need to do one of these two. The Order of the Hammer has a closely held and ambitious dream to erect a giant spire that will reach up the Foulstone's orbit. From there, a powerful Vox station will broadcast prayers and sermons to the entire planet, while the voice of an astropathic choir will carry the sacred words all across the Cronus expanse. Good tidings will be heard throughout the Vox spectrum, rallying the Imperium subjects. Frequency of Faith, which gives bonus crit hit chance equal to 3 times dogmatic rank. Okay. Complacency +2, profit factor +2. And then on Foulstone, the faithful are brimming with fanatical zeal. Their faith commands them to exterminate the subhumans, the mutants, and the weak of the faith in their midst. Then they must travel to other worlds, the Protectorate, to continue the holy cleansing. Creations of the blasphemous Xenos, traces of heresies, and tomes of dangerous knowledge abound to the Cronus expanse. Let the bonfire's flame consume the corruption. This actually might be better. Actually, question. What is the... How dogmatic are all of our followers? So I know you're dogmatic 3. You're dogmatic 2. You're dogmatic 3. Dogmatic 2. You're not dogmatic at all. Actually, you have none of them, which makes sense because you're completely balanced. And then I'm dogmatic 1. And the highest I can go is Dogmatic 2. I can't go to Dogmatic 3. Yeah, so I think what we're going to do is we are going to end up going more Iconoclast. Well, actually, I'm not sure. Initially, I was saying that we definitely are, but maybe we're not. Virgin Steel. 30 less momentum when activating heroic acts. Immediately use heroic acts without spending momentum. Ooh, not activated. Okay, so we can basically just pick someone and that person gets to activate their heroic act whenever they want. Any attacks from allies that may hit other allies will be dodged if possible. Any allied ability that may target an ally and has resistance tests will be resisted by allies. So, Excellence is really good. Okay, so Grim Determination is gain plus 10% chance to survive with 1 wound instead of falling unconscious if we would die. First round of combat, all crits scored by the Rogue Trader's party inflict burning. All fire damage suffered by enemies increased by +1 for each rank of conviction. Okay. Any momentum expenditure, including Horax, is reduced by 20%. Is that the same? Oh, no. So this is... Spending momentum is cheaper. This is... Any momentum expenditure at all is reduced. So that could be really good. Once per battle, the Rogue Trader may choose an ally, including themselves. For 1 round, all the target's weapons ignore armor. Could be good. Until the start of their next turn, the Rogue Trader becomes immune to any attacks from demons and Xenos. And all demons and Xenos in a 5-star race consider them a priority target. Oh, both of those are really good, actually. I do think Iconoclast is better. Okay. Let's start with Foulstone. I guess what we're going to do is... Because I don't know what my dogmatic rank is going to be, I feel like... we should do the bonfire. Because it's also a really good flamer, too. Even if it doesn't do flaming, or the burning effect. Actually, no. Are we even going to use a flamer? I don't think we will. Because we want to use a bolter on Argenta because she auto hits single shots with the bolter. And we want to use the Melt-A-Gun because the Melt-A-Gun has a much stronger armor pen. Like, the Melta armor pen is way higher than this. So maybe we do good tidings. And that gives us bonus crit chance and also some complacency, which increases the speed of projects. So yeah, let's commit to good tidings. Okay. Your lordship, there are alarming reports coming from Yenis. A number of strange mutations have been spotted among the population in remote agri-complexes. Aside from the obvious disfigurement and the subsequent estrangement, these mutants, called wretches by the rest of the colonists, are coming together to practice a primitive form of religion involving ritual worship of the land. While they display no disobedience or hostility, their very existence is concerning. The members of the Magos Biologists have tasked you with healing Yenis have found the mutation to be missing from the catalog and recommend studying it and eradicating it immediately after. The Yenis nobility humbly awaits your decision. Okay, so we can take them under my protection. We would lose complacency, but we would gain security, and we would gain a bonus. If the wearer is Iconoclast adherent, it increases all skills by +10. Ooh. Let the total flaw with labor, so we would lose security but gain efficiency. Take the required number of these wretches to be studied by the Adept Mechanicus to destroy the rest, so we lose efficiency, but we gain security. And we gain Secrets of Mutated Flesh. We gain +10 Medicae. Okay? I will suffer no mutant to live, hunt them down to the last man, so +2 security, -2 efficiency. So basically these two options are the same, but this one actually gives us something for it. What do my advisors have to say? I saw your agent's picked recordings. The signs that these Monkey leave behind, they're idols. And I cannot deny a connection, though a pathetic and extremely abstract one, to the symbols of my people. Their guttural prayers echo the sounds of the children of Assyrian speech. The probability of them having come into such close contact with our civilization is non-existent. Yet they are still somehow connected. Protect these people, resettle them to distant abodes where they will not be harmed for their peculiarities, and keep watch. Someday the truth may be revealed. The blessed sanction of the Imperium does not grace these mutants, but nor does it declare their existence anathema. Should we sentence them without further study? There are mutants whose existence is fully sanctioned, such as Ogrins, Ratlings, Pariahs, Pelagas, Felinids, or Troths. Our library had many treatises on Janitor's craft, and I could impart some of that knowledge to your servants, purely theoretical, of course. This mutation has not been properly studied and is missing from the catalog. I am not registering a basis for delaying the commencement of immediate genetic purification. I recommend launching a thorough investigation into the genetic makeup of this forbidden strain. Okay, so that added a few options. So we could take them under our protection, or we could resettle them. If we resettle, we don't get the penalty at all, and we just gain the item. And we will study them. So Cassia, we don't gain any specific benefit from taking them for study. Oh, okay, no, we do. So this gives us the same benefit as studying, and then we just let the others work. Which means that we lose security, but we gain efficiency, and we gain the buff that we would have gotten from the other option. I think we just resettle the wretches, because I think I'll be able to use this thing potentially, but like the more important thing to me is that we gain security on this planet. It's also the only one that gives us a benefit without any cost. So yeah, resettle the wretches into separate agri-complexes where the crowds will not tear them apart. We will study them. I feel these Monkey have been touched by something wondrous. The mutants are resettled into distant agricultural complexes. Agri-complexes where their unorthodox appearance will not put them in danger of being massacred by the serfs. The mutants were put under surveillance. One of the watchmen spotted a mysterious relic in the hands of a group of wretches that turned out to be an item of Xeno origin. It is unlikely the mutants understood the nature of the object they worshipped. Okay. We gained provisions and we gained chemicals. Alright. So we couldn't do these. We don't have enough Fellowship with the Void to do that. Dark Sages. Okay, so let's look at the final stuff and see what we would want from this. So, Starblight is a Drakari weapon, which right now we have nobody that can use those. We gain Punisher, plus 20% dodge against human enemies. Inhabitants of Yenus are restless. The populace may be placated by turning agri-complexes into impenetrable fortresses, assigning sheriffs among the overseers and forming Jaeger bands. So we get a bunch of security, we get a bunch of profit factor. Xeno defense. The Malatics may prepare for the coming storm by studying Xeno artifacts and using them in the construction of weapons. Seeker of the Week. All enemies suffering from burning, toxin, or bleeding suffer 30% penalty to dodge. Okay. The inhabitants of Venus are restless. The Adeptus Mechanicus are ready to run experiments on the surface that will turn them into obedient, battle-ready genetic deviants. A bunch of efficiency and a bunch of reputation with the machine cult. To be honest, I don't really like any of these options. I guess of the options, this one is probably the one that is the most useful overall, because maybe these could be used elsewhere. And it would have to be Capella Biologus. Effectively removes traumas. Okay. Neat. What do the other requirements do? Dark Sages we can't do because we have to be aligned with the Kasbalika. This one we can't do because we have to pick between these two. Okay, so yeah, these are mutually exclusive with each other. So this raises efficiency and this raises profit, complacency, and security. I see. Represent bonus damage to Xenos. Okay, so I don't think we're gonna do Xeno defense either way. So I think Biologus is fine. Cure for Sloth gives us heretical points, which we're not going to use. We don't have what we need to meet these other requirements. No, these are all like reputation-based things. Okay, yeah, so let's just go ahead and execute this, and we'll start that. And then Dargonis is currently doing restoration. Alright. So that was controlling all of those areas. Let's see. I wanted to start going this way, but maybe we should go this way? Let's do this. Make this safe. All right. So let's investigate these planets. Do a quick scan. Nothing there. Nothing here. There's something. After analyzing the augured data, the officers were surprised to discover that the planet was once covered with oceans. Long ago, an unknown cataclysm caused the seas to dry out and turn the world into a lifeless desert. The most amazing discovery of all was the skeletal remains of colossal oceanic organisms, some large enough to be seen from orbit. Life is fragile, even for creatures this enormous. Okay, well, bonus XP, I guess. The lava world. Oh, burning world. Completely different than a lava world. Barrel world. Okay, well, Nothing, like, notable here. Charting routes. So we could forcibly chart a route to here, which I think we might actually do. Ooh, actually, wait, no. So we could forcibly chart a route here, or we can make this route safe. Let's make this unsafe. And then we'll warp here. Okay. And then we'll warp here. Permission to report. Your proctor has arrested my voidsman and is demanding his execution. A repeat offender, he says. Please do something, Lord Captain. Who's the voidsman? He's one of mine. As big an idiot as the rest of the idlers. He understands the control systems. He can make sense of the readouts. Him, a repeat offender? Bring the detained man to me immediately. I will personally interrogate him. Consider it done, Lord Captain. What did he do? Alright, Solomon, explain. Lord Captain, I beg you to look into this outrage. This cyber horror nearly chewed up my assistants, and one of them's been left without 2 fingers. Instead of calming his beast, the arbitrator attacked my crewman. Solomon waits for the end of the Master Helmsman's words and coolly turns to you. His crewman is a wanted man, rogue trader. He's accused of subverting sacred tithe shipments, smuggling, kidnapping the Imperium subjects, and bribing officials. Were we not on your flagship, I would have executed the heretic on the spot. But here, you are the authority. You are the court. Solomon, why are you so certain that this is the man you're seeking? Because I was personally involved in tracking down and purging the Shadows of the Abyss crime syndicate to which the perpetrator belongs. The case was in Blixus on the world of Helvetica Prime. But for the arbitrators, time and distance do not mitigate guilt. The man before you is the former captain of a smuggling ship owned by a syndicate. Check the heretic's left arm. Every syndicate member has a distinct implant by which they recognize each other. It was that implant signature that Glido picked up on during his patrols. River, did you know about this? If I went sticking my beak into the pasts of every one of the hundreds of people in the crew, I wouldn't have time to steer your ship. All I know is that when everything went to grok shit on Rika Minoris, this one oversaw the work at the docks so that the fools didn't trample each other to death in their panic. And later, he ran into a friend in the port on footfall, and they found us some parts within a day. He's even got arms growing out of the right places. We might make it to Junior Helmsman if he keeps it up. Do you have anything to say, accused? The long-haired voidsman flinches when you address him. Your lordship. The governor of Helvetica Prime was a scumbag who abhorred the light of the God Emperor, the things he did to the people under him. We only survived by stealing from him, or else we'd have ended up in the corpse pit like 1 in 4 did after a distribution station accident. But once I got out of there, that was it. I was out of that business for good. And when I found myself in your service, I realized that it was a gift of fate, and I'd be a fool if I didn't repay such good fortune with my wholehearted toil. I've made my decision. I await your orders, rogue trader. The helmsman shoots a look of naked dislike at Solomon. Okay, so... I do not trust this man to remain the Master Helmsman crew, but I cannot allow such talent to go to waste. Hand him over to the factotum. We can find a use for him. So we can gain profit factor. We can execute it, which gains us nothing. Or, repairing the voice ship costs 15% less scrap. When every professional counts... Does it matter how exactly they obtain their skills? The rogue trader does not shun people with murky past, thus earning him the respect of River's motley crew. River is... This talented voidsman is your responsibility. Should he commit any misdeeds henceforth, you will answer for them. I think that's the most fair. We're giving this man a chance to redeem himself, and it's on you if he fucks up. Yes, Lord Captain. River's disgruntled grimace momentarily dissipates. So yeah, now it's cheaper to repair our ship. Then this case is closed. With your permission, I will return to my duties. Okay. Excellent. Alright, let's see what the problem is. Lord Captain, we've cross-referenced the key characteristics of the system with our astronomical chart data. The planet Vivos 6 is located here. The problem is the augurs detected an unusual change in the atmosphere, not unlike a massive release of toxins. It appears that something unfortunate has happened to the planet's underground storage facilities. It's impossible to land safely on the planet just now. Unknown ships are cruising the system. No need for any cog to analyze it. I can decipher this telemetry easily. Xenos. The armory and artillery crews are standing by. Okay. Let's check the other planets just to be safe. Okay. Gas giant. Abandoned tech pre-space. Hell yeah, I'll take some free stuff from the Mechanicus. Peculiar settlement. This planet can barely sustain life, and yet Search has discovered a long-lost Imperial colony, one that was cut off from the rest of the galaxy centuries ago. The colonists live in conditions worse than any underhive, yet they still venerate the Emperor and gladly welcome their visitors. The Lord Captain receives an invitation from the local ruler, the Archqueen Princeps Domina. Yes, let's pay the Archqueen an official visit. The ruler meets the Lord Captain in a shack, considered to be a palace by the people here. The Archqueen's unusual crown is made out of metal coils, most likely part of an ancient device for boiling water. The guests are served the finest delicacies the colony can provide. The Archqueen praises the visitors in mangled Low Gothic and calls the Lord Captain her dear brother. At the end of the audience, gifts are presented to the guests. The Archqueen's minister delicately remarks that the best possible gift the Lord Captain and his crew could provide would be the replenishment of the colony's meager gene pool. The Lord Captain gives orders to canvass the lower decks for volunteers. The most ruggedly handsome among them will be sent to the Archqueen's court, along with other gifts. The Archqueen is delighted and flattered. She hopes the Lord Captain will pay her more visits in the future. Okay, cool. Well, basically, we just gave her some sexy alien humans. Alright. More loot from the base. Okay, so let's save. Just in case. Into Drukhari space we go. Alright. That's just 2 ships. Let's see. Can I get in a position to fire? I can. Alright, let's fire at you.
Going
Oh, we missed. Dorsal is not going to be in range. Can we warp forward?
Fire the lance batteries.
Okay, that's something. Launch torpedoes. And then I guess that's all we can do. Let's just buff starboard shields. Yeah, because I could extend my range, but that wouldn't let me actually hit anybody. Okay. Shield's already doing dividends. Yeah, just completely absorbing all the damage. Good job, shield. This one's gonna go in the front, unfortunately. That's fine. Okay, I think I can hit you with the torpedoes, so let me just control the torpedoes. So it'll start turning. Let's see. The dorsal shoot one of you guys. Or we could spin around. Do new heading. So we'll just do this so we can fire at you.
Leave their hull strewn across the stars.
And then we will do this.
This one's going down.
You blow up. We can't quite get in range to hit with that, unfortunately. But we can do this.
Lead them.
Oh, I didn't actually activate my shield buff. Are you gonna shoot the plasma torpedoes? Oh no, the torpedoes are just having to chase. Oh, get them, torpedoes.
Turn to ashes.
Got them.
They pale before our mastery of the void.
All right, level up. Just go ahead and upgrade. All right. Let's see. Focused efforts allows the use of both abilities of one selected post for one turn. Vulnerability scan. Warp wave flows the material and causes an enemy ship to immediately turn. Okay, I think we take focused efforts. Ooh, development provides flagship with passive bonuses and effects. Each attack craft launched from a torpedo tube, and each torpedo gained +1 hull integrity. Okay, so that makes our stuff easier. Or not easier, but it makes them more durable. So like torpedoes have an easier time hitting because they'll survive longer. Which ship ram deals twice the additional damage for each extra tile traveled. Repairing the void ship requires 50% less scrap. That could be good. Restart shields now inflicts only a -2 speed reduction and no firing range penalty. Approaching an enemy ship, the flagship shuts down non-essential systems and starts to drift unnoticed past enemy ships. In most encounters, larger enemy vessels are surprised and act later. 20% chance of making cooldowns shorter. 10% more scrap when destroying ships. I think... to be honest... I kind of like the idea of the sanctified restart. Silent running now makes the flagship back before all enemies in most encounters. Rugged repairs are also cool, but we're not going to get that yet. I do kind of like silent running, actually. Because silent running if we get silent running 2, then being able to act... Oh god, all these are actually really good. No, let's take Sanctified Restart, because that lets us restart our shields with less of a penalty. Okay. So we need to repair the ship. Anything else we want to put on to the ship? I don't think so. Okay, so let's see. So we can buff this, which allows us to choose our facing direction. We can buff this, which allows us to reload everything. We don't have a buff for that. So new heading allows us to make a 90-degree turn instead of a 45-degree turn. I think that's all the main ones. I do think... I do think Expeditious Reload is really good. Because that means we can use it and gain the use of the lance again. So we don't have enough scrap to do that again, but that's okay. Alright, let's find out what's happening here. Swift and merciless retribution is a proper fate for many transgressors, but the Imperium permits using the convicts for hard labor on distant prison worlds, like Bebos 6. To atone for their crimes before humankind, hundreds of thousands of rogues and lowlifes toil in the mines of the Von Valencia's protectorate until death from exhaustion or some other unfortunate accident claims their forsaken souls. Alright, let's take our standard group down there. Okay.
It is sad that the beautiful and lush Janus has been overcome by such grievous calamities. The world is very beautiful.
What can you know of beauty? A monkey whose cursed eye kills all living things. The Lilithon is plagued by calamity because of corruption similar to the foulness that you within you.
Brutal. Man clawed his throat right before he died. Broken, slashed, and gutted body is still covered with shreds of a planetary warden. Okay, so... You can clearly see several thin cuts left by bladed weapons on the body. Yeah, okay, so this is definitely Bukari hanging out. Hello. I see we've encountered the Drakari. The tall, lithe Xenos moves with the grace of an otherworldly predator. The creature gives you a dispassionate glance and casually speaks a few words that are immediately picked up by your elucidator. Mercandus Aelith, what is this? As one of the sisters found an amusing trinket in the ruins and saved it as a special treat for the Archon. The Xenos takes a quick look over her shoulder toward the platform where a few more silhouettes in tar-like armor can be seen. By whose leave are you playing Lord on my world? Xenos' eyes light up with interest. The Monkey understands my speech. Where did you come by a device that can translate our language? Are you trying to impress me by appearing useful? Such words will earn you a bout in the ring at most, without weapons and soon without your skin. The humans scattered around you on the platform stare as if they've seen a ghost. The eyes of some betray their fear, others glare with bestial hatred, yet more look upon you with hope. Who are you? My name is known to everyone on this planet, Monkey. I am Tazara the Deliverer. Tazara the Benevolent. The one who grants respite from the choking grasp of this world. I decide who lives, who dies, and who finds new purpose for their existence in Komara's many arenas. Surely this is why you have come here, to fight for my ever-changing favor, for the privilege of being the first to be chained. Okay, I just noticed I have an ad break that's starting soon, and I haven't taken my break yet, so I'm actually going to stand up, stretch my legs a bit. So I will be back. Alright, we return. Such grandiose names for a soulless wretch who tortures the breathless and torments the powerless. Your words hint at a nobility you never possessed. Cousin, what are you doing among this rabble? What an unexpected and tantalizing surprise. Zara licks her lips hungrily. I cannot wait to take you in my arms and clasp you tightly to me. Do not waste your breath on your lies. Only the faint vestiges of blood connect the Suryani and the Dark One such as yourself. You ravaged the planet, wiped out millions of people, made those who survived bend the knee. You pay for this. Am I not paying for our mischief already? Am I not saving the worthiest among your kin, gifting them the right to die for the delight of my brothers and sisters? What kind of abhorrent ingratitude is this? From the dust behind Tazara comes a cry. The distance between you and the Xenos is too great for the elucidator to interpret the words, but the tone alone speaks of irritation and impatience. Tazara raises her blade and points at you. Tell the other Monkey that whoever slits your throat will depart for their new home ahead of schedule, and tell them to hold nothing back. Tonight they dance for Euremeris herself, the great Archon of the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest. No, let's actually pull the dogmatic option here. Address the fighters in the arena. Dying to entertain Xenos is a path to eternal shame and condemnation of souls touched by the Emperor's undying glory. Let us join our blades. We will destroy those who sought to kill you. Exhausted, defeated faces trade worried glances. The hulking brute next to you hesitates and spits and breaks into a grin. We're gonna die anyway. Might as well do it without the heretic's brand. Slay the beasts. Zara emits a furious scream and takes a step back, signaling to her companions.
I'll wipe you from the face of the galaxy!
What was that whimper, monkey?
Alright. Cassia, let's put you up here. And then... I mean, I guess I'll try to place... Not really going to be a good place for these. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter. Just give ourselves more cover.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
We'll just put this here. And then let's do
If I may.
this on Argenta. Oh. Jerry, hello, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Let me actually... I really need to set up the bot to auto shout out. I keep forgetting to do that. Glitter Goblins locked in for the Road Trader ride. Excellent. But hi, hello, welcome in everyone. How are you doing, Cherry? Obviously, I know it's kind of late, so if anybody needs to dip out and take care of yourselves, some water, or, you know, heading to bed, as I know it is a little late, obviously feel free to do that. Otherwise, hello. Hi. I'm Deckard Acewood. I play mostly RPGs. Sometimes we've been playing some CRPGs here and there. Recently, at least, I've been playing some 40k stuff because I've been steadily enjoying that more and more as I've been painting some of my own 40k stuff, which maybe at some point we'll do that on the channel. I'm not sure. I do have a setup to do it. I just haven't yet, so we'll see. Hey, how are you doing? I'm doing pretty well tonight, I think. So far, it's been fun. Game looks good to play. It is fun. If you enjoy... so, it's kind of like playing D&D, sort of, but it's in the 40k universe. The classes are a little bit weird. I can't show it from here, but you can kind of get a feel for it. Rather than having skills and abilities, you have characteristics. And then, I don't know if I have my skill stuff. No, we can't see it here. So, you can't see your actual, like, skill bonuses. But, there's, like, a bunch of different bonuses, and then the way you pick your classes is you pick a base class, and then that class has, like, different subclasses that it goes into, and the subclasses are shared by other classes. So, it's kind of interesting. Okay, so Cassia, we're gonna have you bring it down. Came to show some love, way past bedtime, was playing Palia tonight, but mostly been stuck on D4. I have been meaning to play some more Diablo 4. I have heard the expansion is really good. One of my coworkers was telling me about it. So that is the thing that's on my list. I don't know if I'm gonna stream it, but I will definitely be playing it some more with my partner, because my partner Lam and I have been playing it off and on, but I was playing, I think I started playing the Paladin, and she was playing a Necromancer. Warlocks are amazing, I'm addicted. Like, I've heard great things, which is a good sign, because Diablo has really, really good expansions overall, I think. Alright, so let's target
I'm not
Argenta.
accustomed to being ordered around.
Give her an extra turn. We can't get to the cover, and we don't want to take cover behind this thing because it'll blow up. So I think we just run to here. And... oh, we actually can't shoot anything, so I think this is just a turn to get into position. Oh, wait, yeah, we can. Okay. D4 is huge compared to D3. Was impressed. Yeah, it's big. Like, I did enjoy it when I was playing it. Okay, so we can't actually miss. As long as we can see them, we can hit them. So let's just go ahead and hit you.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
You are doomed.
All right, easy enough.
I'll do it.
Have you reload while we're at it. Ooh, we could actually Reckless Rush, which would give us a ton of movement speed. Not that that would be useful here, but might also like Demio. Let me look that up. What is that? That is Demio. Oh, this is cute. RPG dungeon crawler. Yeah, okay. I do like this. It kind of reminds me of some of the tabletop simulator type things I've seen, but it has like a card building mechanic with it too. It looks really fun. I need someone to play it with. I mean, maybe in the future I'd be down to play this at some point, because it seems like it seems cool. Like, I do think it looks really cool. Like, just glancing at the store page is definitely on my wish list now. Liked so much I grabbed it in VR. I did notice it has VR as well, so that would be pretty cool, actually, because I haven't played any VR games on stream yet. Okay, let's pass the turn. I don't think we can see any... Well, actually, we can see her well enough to shoot her. We can't hit any of these people without hitting our allies too. We're not going to do that. I guess I could pull people around. I've got at least 5 hours of sleep. Of course, and thank you again for the raid. I hope you get plenty of rest and that you feel great tomorrow, even if you only get a couple of hours of sleep. I will take good care of your community, I promise.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Alright, that's fine. Ebola. Can you get in range to do anything? No. Unfortunately, no. Which means I should move you to here so that you get
Death comes in silence.
the best benefit of cover. Elusive Shadow. Yeah, we'll just end your turn. Oh, you were just gonna slaughter these guys. Oh. Missed.
Terribly painful. Oh, isn't it?
Wow. Rip that guy.
Help me, Lord Captain!
Hold on.
The bot should have posted my Discord link, so I don't know why it didn't do that yet, so... Hang on. Give me one moment. It definitely should have done that. Oh, no, okay, it did. It did. It just did it as soon as people raided in, I noticed. Okay, that's fine. I was worried that my bot wasn't working at all. Okay, so for you... I guess we move to here, and... Ooh, unfortunately, any direction that we go and start shooting, we are going to start killing a bunch of people who are on our side. Oh, this'll work, actually. Yeah, let's do
The
that.
enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Alright. Got that. And then... I guess let's do
As the Emperor
wildfire.
commands, I act.
We'll try and shoot you
Justice
specifically.
for the...
Oh, that's why, because I blew up the cover partially, I think. Run and gun, but I don't actually want to run. I just want to shoot.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Doomed.
Okay. Furious Recital, and then let's get our
I am
study
his
superiority.
will made manifest.
Alright. And then let's just hit you with a
Faith
melt-a-shot.
without deeds is worthless.
Oh, darn it, missed. That's okay. Switch back to this. Alright, Eurolet. Let's get you all the way over to here. Gives you vision on these. And then we'll mark one as prey. I guess I'll mark you as prey.
I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
Mark you
I
as prey.
understand your intent.
And we'll mark you
I
as
am
prey.
not your Xenos pet monkey.
Okay, so Hull the Bold.
If I must.
Perfect
This
shot.
tedium is beneath me.
And then
I
precise
understand your
attack.
intent.
We can do one more. No, actually, we want to hold that shot, so we'll just shoot you with a regular shot. Got her anyway. Alright, and then we'll set an auto shot onto you. Which ends our turn.
Yeah.
Oh, power to you.
Here we go.
Yeah, please defend Cassia. I didn't realize there were a bunch of people over here that are gonna kill her.
Here, maggot.
Works for
We
me.
are the bane of lesser creatures.
Pain cleanses the body.
Oh, all right. Time to deal with that. So let's jump over here and buff
Suits
ourselves.
my purposes.
And then we will warp speed. I guess ourselves.
Oh, too easy.
And we'll do blade dance.
My revenge will be delectable.
All right. And then we can do one little flip. Die.
Was your biggest mistake.
Pleasure.
All right, Pascal. I guess I'll have you come over here.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
All right, analyze you. Let's just buff everyone here and debuff you. Exposed weakness could be good. That doesn't do any damage. I guess we call the bold
Favorable.
and we just shoot you.
Running by narrative.
Oh, okay. Unfortunately, that did kill some of my nearby friends. Oops.
Let's get to it.
I really need to give him something that's not the arc rifle, because he keeps accidentally killing people with it.
You are doomed.
Alright. Cassia, let's see. I guess buff Kibula and give her an extra turn.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Alright, let's move over here, and then... Actually, should we go there or should we go over here? Go over here. And we'll flip here.
You will not withstand my vengeance!
So, I think we just do this, because this will kill you, probably.
Let the true master inflict the pain.
Let your soul be purged.
Oh, I guess not.
Trust me.
Die. Oh, you somehow didn't die. Okay, well that was your bonus turn, so that's fine. Cassia, just shoot him.
Try to die with grace,
Or
at
her.
least.
Who rules this arena, you or the Monkey? Archon Urberis. Drakon Marasai, you know the danger of repeating this misunderstanding. Draw your own conclusions. Did they flee? Okay, so we could give somebody an extra turn. There's not really much reason to, though. I guess let's give Argenta a turn.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
All right. Number one, bolt around. Number two, melt around. We missed.
Doubt is for the weak.
Try again.
I will not. As the Emperor commands.
Die. Reload. Reload this as well.
That is not the Emperor's will.
Right, we have one more shot. Do we have vision on anybody? We do. You
Faith
die.
without deeds.
The surviving fighters turn their heads towards you one after another. All eyes on the battlefield are glued to you. By destroying these foul Xenos, you have atoned for your transgressions. The Emperor, get to the shuttle. The rest of you will be subject to selective punitive servitorization so that you may further toil for the good of the Imperium. Let's see. I think this is an instance where yeah, the ones who fought with me, because these guys still effectively sided with Xenos. I think that this is a case where Dogmatic is probably the correct option for me. By destroying the foul Xenos, you've atoned for your transgressions as the Emperor. Get to the shuttle. The rest of you will be subject to the selective punitive servitorization so that you may further toil for the good of the Imperium. Excellent. Alright, so level up. So yeah, the level up in this game is a little weird because you have archetypes that you're picking. And so like this is my base class and then this is the upgraded class. So let's see. What does it recommend? It does not have any. So talents. Do we want to take a... Do we want to take a Psyker talent? Warp Saturation could be really good. Oh, we do have a healing thing now, too. Critical heal. An effect applied by the Psyker. No, we don't have anything that increases damage. So if used at full health, it becomes temporary wounds. Adrenaline surge is a good option. I'm leaning towards taking warp saturation. What else do we have that we could take? Oh, we do have these ones, though. That would be really good. Are we able to take the... Where is it? That's Melta proficiency. Is the Eldari one not an option? Oh, it'd be up here. Oh, unfortunately, because we have... I think we have the lore... We have one of the ones that's like the Xenos one, and we're not supposed to have that. If we want to be able to get that, but that's fine. Let's see. First instance of damage, reduces armor. % more damage for each damage over time effect inflicted on the target. Death roll characters gain higher hit chance targets the bleeding. I am tempted. Merciless Verdict. What is that? Oh, we don't have Merciless Verdict. That's right. Let's take Deep Laceration, because that makes our bleed stacks faster. And then... we could take a bonus to Medicae. Our Carouse is really low overall. Cassie's Imperium lore is very high. Let's take Athletics, actually. We need to keep raising Athletics. Alright, Argenta. You should raise Demolition, probably? Yeah, we should raise Demolition with you. And then this recommends... the Dependable. We gain bonus armor equal to versatility stacks +5. Bonus to critical damage. I think we take Dependable, because we've had at least one fight where she was the last one standing, and she builds up a ton of versatility stacks. So, like, we could get a huge bonus to armor by the end of it. Alright, Cassia. We need to keep raising your skills, so let's raise your Imperium lore. Once again, I don't really care about the things that buff the zones. I'm more interested in the Navigator powers, because I think the Navigator powers are more interesting. So, +1 additional damage for every 5 bonus characteristic of the Navigator's currently equipped staff. Damage by the Navigators do bonus damage. Let's see. Anything that buffs allies, they get a bonus to resistance tests against warp effects until end of turn, or end of combat. Plus 10% armor, reduced by the amount of veil degradation, and increased by infusing parameter of the currently equipped staff. Interesting. Perception is higher than agility. Dodge is calculated with perception instead. What is the benefit to raising perception in combat? I guess it reduces the enemy's dodge chance. Threads and faults just makes it so that they have a high chance of getting hit by a crit. Actually, this is really good. I should take that. Because we have an ability that pulls all of them into one space, and if they fail that resistance, then Argenta just gets to blow them up with the Melt-A-Gun. Alright, so... Full wound, we gain dodge and dodge reduction. Attacking enemy reduces their armor and dodge. Enemy suffers a crit. New opening is created. I think creating an opening is probably what we're going to go for. Each use of aim for the opening on the same target. No. Okay, so yeah. Create an opening is definitely what we want here. Because we want to encourage crits. Whenever prey is killed, all enemies have their agility reduced by the difficulty tier of the prey. Enemy is killed by a critical hit scored by the bounty hunter or their ally. They gain bonus damage. Withdraw. They're attacked in melee for the first time. No. Pierce the armor, actually. Whenever the bounty hunter scores... Oh, when the bounty hunter scores a crit, it lowers armor. No, actually. I think Hunting Surge might be a better choice. Do I have... Ooh, actually, wait. There might be some other good options. Whenever the bounty hunter kills prey whose difficulty tier is 4 or higher, bounty hunter gains +2 AP. Whenever prey deals damage, the bounty hunter gains bonus to damage against that prey for 2 rounds. We still don't have a plasma gun. Well, besides the plasma pistol. That's fine. We'll take the hunting surge. I think that's good overall. And then... I think for him, we should just take logic. Because our tech use is very high. And he's our main source of logic. Alright, Eurolette. What do you got? You have the same recommendations. I think we take Share the Spoils. Because an ally killing prey gives us buffs, at least. And then... I think we do Awareness, maybe? Or Lore Xenos. Let's do the Xenos lore, actually. It's fine. Oh, I forgot to give... I meant to give Argenta... I have the gun that we got. Oh, she doesn't have the strength, right. Darn. Wasn't there a cloak? If the wearer has Iconoclast adherent, it increases all skills instead. So Oh, okay, so that is just straight up better than what we have. Yeah, so replace the target designator with this thing. So we get +10 to all of our skills. Holy crap. That's really good. That's actually insanely good. Because that means that's effectively... That may have made our character now the best in at least 2 other skills. Potentially. Because lore warp, I don't know who else has any warp lore at all. Okay. Let's see. Do we have anything else? Running through Raining Blood or Blood File, 50% less MP. We definitely don't want the Tome of Excess. That seems like a bad idea. I don't suppose we've found any better armor, right? Plus 10% dodge against melee attacks. Efficient armored body glove is tempting. Ooh, actually, wait. Spinner's Ritual Vestments. So what is yours? No, let's give this to you. You should be wearing this. Hell yeah. Alright, so that's probably the best that you're gonna wear for a while. You can't wear any of this because it's not Xenos armor. Oh, actually, wait, hang on. Do we have anything that we can give you? I don't think we have any... Your intelligence is not less than 35. I don't think I have anything else that can go into that slot. No. Okay, I don't have anything else I can give you, unfortunately. Bonus to awareness. So what does Deadeye Shot do? We do not have that, I don't think. Well, I mean, you're the only one that could feasibly use it, I guess, because it adds exploits, so why not? Do I have anything that I could give to you? Probably not. Give you logic. Give you Medicaid bonus. Give you toughness. Actually, the toughness might not be a bad idea. Like, we lose Lore Xenos, but that's fine. We don't need boots on right now. This is agility and athletics. I guess for lack of a better choice, let's just go ahead and give him those boots. Your intelligence is definitely too high for that to be useful. Yeah, so we have high lore Imperium because it's based on fellowship. And she has a very high fellowship, so... Alright, I think that's everybody that we can do anything with right now. Because, like, we do have some other stuff, but none of it's going to be particularly useful. Alright. Bunch of Drukhari stuff, which no one can wear. Fine. Let's do some looting.
None shall stand in my way.
Splinter patterns. Don't need. Assuming we can't get up there. Nope. Chainmail stubs, no. Is that it? I think that's it. I don't think there's anything else here. Alright. Everyone back to the ship.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Alright, that's everything. Alright, projects. So we have complacency is 2. We don't have enough with the Navy to do this. Punishment of the Thinkers. People 6 needs new convicts, various dangerous literates, and idle thinkers could supplement the workforce. Gain the Enemy of Knowledge, 5% damage against psychers and navigators. Complacency +1 for all colonies. Okay, this would give us prisoners from foreign worlds, which would give us reputation with the Navy, and we would gain efficiency. Punishment by calculation. Purchasing foreign criminals is a potential solution to this problem, which would give us security across the colonies. But would cost us profit factor. I'm inclined to wait because I think that punishment of the outsiders is probably going to be better. But we need to have a higher Imperial Navy status before we can do that. That's fine. We have to do some other stuff with the Navy anyway, so. Alright. What else do we have over here? Anything else? Which one do we have that says to go to Thessera? Oh, we have some new ones as well, apparently. Captain calls himself the Master Inspector, is in the market for human merchandise. This particular character has repeatedly shown up on footfall to buy serfs, criminals, and unfortunates detained for vagrancy. Where he takes them is unknown, but his coffers seem bottomless. I see. So we could give up people for profit factor. We could give up profit factor for adamantine and plasteel. And of bold treasure hunters raided a legendary ship cemetery, Procession of the Damned. They were able to snatch the ruins of an ancient cruiser, the convoy of shipwrecks, and now the remains of the glorious ship have been put up for auction. Beyond repair, it is still a giant mountain of plasteel and adamantine. Three profit factor for 5 plasteel and adamantine might be worth it. I'm not willing to sell people yet. Okay, so I need... Adeptus Administratum has noticed certain oddities in the recent tithe shipments from the feudal world of Thessera. Okay, so yeah, Thessera is the one that we would need to go to. Unfortunately, I don't have a clear connection to them. Okay, well, that's the only one. I have enough points that I could chart somewhere far away. What if we charted to... here. Because there's several planets in this area. Actually, this is a good point. How much plasteel are we getting from this? Let's go here. Oh, Colony of Fallstone has begun a new stage of development. Lord Captain, urgent report. We received from an astropathic message from Regent Oronto Orselio. The navigators are concerned about the fate of Cassia, who disappeared from York 5. The Regent is requesting an update on current status and has also inquired about the possibility of a personal meeting to negotiate and to arrange the return of the Lady Navigator to her house. The psycho-emotional coding of the received message betrays acute concern, but it also contains something that the astropaths have failed to put into words. If you'll excuse my forthrightness, I feel it is necessary to tell House Orsilia the truth. Otherwise, a conflict with the Nevis Nobilite is possible, which, given the current state of the Cronus Expanse, will only play into the hands of the enemies of the Imperium. How did House Orsilia even learn that I have Cassia? I wish I knew, Lord Captain. It is troubling indeed. Perhaps we have a spy on board, or Regent Oronto is bluffing. In either case, I believe we should respond. Navigators are extremely powerful and useful allies to have. Tell House Orsilia that Cassia is safe and that the rogue trader would be honored to meet in person. I'll see to it, Lord Captain. The astropaths will transmit your consent. Representatives of House Orsilia will be waiting for you on the capital world Dargonis. Receiving members of the Nevis Nobilite is always a delicate matter. Please make sure to discuss the details of the meeting with your Chancellor upon arrival. Okay. To colony management. I bring woeful news, Lord Captain. Prelate Hectarchius of the Order of the Hammer has passed away. Immediately after the launch of the Orbital Voxspire, he entered the halls of recording and, having sat on the command throne, was granted a vision. For over 3 days, Prelate Hectarchius preached about Saint Cognatius being reincarnated in a body made from the saint's own holy relics. This spiritual feat depleted Prelate Hectarchius' strength, and he peacefully departed for the Emperor's throne shortly after the sermon's conclusion. The Order's elders believe this to be a sign that Saint Cognatius' relics, currently stored on the planets throughout the expanse, must be brought together. The Order is preparing for the election of a new prelate, under whose guidance it will undertake this holy mission. The majority of the votes are divided between Prioress Lugnalia, well known for her fervor, and the merciful Solar Tychon. The minority of the Order sees Oikonomos Nigmus, a humble and reasonable man, as their prelate. So, influential servant. At the start of each battle, the Rogue Trader's party gains +10 momentum. That's pretty good. And we gain +2 factor. Does the prelate's death not strike you as odd? I'm afraid it does not. The esteemed Hectarchius began his service as a battle missionary and has long grown weary of the peaceful life befitting a man of his status. He yearned for a worthy spiritual feat, and when pressed with the chance to serve as the voice of a saint, he gave what little strength remained. When he died, he was exhausted but content. How does the Order intend to carry out this mission? The Conclave aims to procure all the relics that once belonged to Saint Cognatius, all that can possibly be procured. Given that the saint is a legendary figure, many items of the Cronus Expanse have an alleged connection to him. However, it seems unlikely that any of the relics' owners will be eager to part with them. The answer to the question of how the Order of the Hammer is going to retrieve them depends on the identity of the next prelate. Well, tell me more of the candidates. Prioress Lugnalia was converted by Hectarchius on one of the heathen worlds. She then served as his bodyguard for many years and eventually became the protector of the Order's reliquary, leader of its military branch. As for Brother Tychon, he is an aristocrat by birth. He had an excellent education and could have lived in luxury had he not renounced secular life for the sake of ascetic vows. He is intelligent, thoughtful, well-read, and, most importantly, genuinely merciful. Few things can be said about the Oikonomos Nigmus. He has never been famous for his prowess in battle or his sermons, but the monastery has never wanted for anything on his watch. He is a most reasonable and unobtrusive individual. Let's consider my companions. I have sympathy for Prioress Lugnalia. Let her meet with Reverend Hieronymus on Footfall. Should he accept her as a worthy leader, we ought to support her. A careful and sensible Oikonomos sounds like a safer bet to me than a fanatic or a clever aristocrat. The voices say he has a few paltry secrets, and knowledge of those secrets guarantees us his loyalty. Brother Tychon, he and I met back when he was called Tychon Drivestim. He wasn't a monk back then. He was a grandson and heir to Urban, governor of Dargonas, an honorable young man with a spark in his eyes. His ascension would mean much to the Drevestims. The three of them together would make a passable prelate. I mean it. None of the contenders can match the Hetarchus in authority, so regardless of whom you select, the others are unlikely to accept them as their new superior without complaint. You should bind them with oaths and compel them to work together. So the Drusians will give us a bunch of reputation if we send Lugnaria to them. House Driveston thanks us for the assistance we provided their kin. We can gain security and profit factor if we let Adira uncover the secrets. And if we side with Solomorn, we get efficiency and complacency, and we get +5 persuasion permanently. I think of the options, I think that Solomorn is probably the most correct here. I think that I don't think any individual one of them is going to be able to complete this correctly, so I think having all three of them is the correct option. Each of them has their strengths and weaknesses, so let them complement each other. Although surprised, Hectarchus' successor saw the unorthodox decision as a sign. The late prelate's 3-day sermon, along with the appointee of 3 new heads of the order, might point to 3 being the number of genuine relics of St. Cognatius still remaining in the expanse. Energized by the momentous shifts in the life of the planet, the prelates, now styling themselves as the Triad of the Hammer, eagerly set out to search for the sacred objects. Good tidings, indeed. Okay. Let's see. Well, I guess we should just go ahead and push forward with this then. So let's use these and some Promethium. We don't have much of, but some Promethium could be used here. That would massively increase our profit factor and security across all colonies, so we should do that. Okay. Do we have any other colonies we need to address? Oh, we do. Okay. Troubling news has arrived from Janus. Your lordship, while digging an irrigation ditch, workers found a Xeno obelisk made of unknown material. It was delivered to a laboratorium and subjected to a number of tests, one of which caused a reaction. The obelisk generated a low-frequency vibration, and the events that followed were catastrophic. A series of anomalies were recorded in the Epsilon 2 Majoris region. It's almost like Janus itself is fighting us there. Many logistical chains have been disrupted. The only people who visited the uncontrolled territory are the wretches fleeing deeper into the region in greater and greater numbers. The observers report strange fires in the sky at night, completely imperceptible to the augurs. Okay, so we gained provisions from them. The Adeptus Mechanicus recommended we fence off the afflicted area. According to their hypothesis, this anomaly is the world's attempt at self-recovery and therefore should be studied, not interrupted. Okay, so what is happening there? The vegetation demonstrated a remarkable ability for wild growth. It took the plants only 2 days to overrun the agri-complexes in the region. Extinct species of local megafauna have been spotted in the newly formed jungle, aggressive and acting in a natural cohesion. How were the wretches involved? We do not know. It's as if they all received a signal telling them to abandon their work and rush deep into the afflicted territory. Some were stopped by the watchmen appointed by your order. Unfortunately, about 100 still made their way into the region. Okay, so methodically eliminate everything, which gives us +10 fellowship, +5 weapon skill, and +5 ballistic skill. Okay. send in the scouts, which would give us torpedo tubes firing Eldari sonic torpedoes. Interesting. Isolate the region and commence research. We must understand what we are dealing with. Blessings of the Warp Spider. When the warrior kills an enemy or scores a critical hit, they gain 2 movement points on their next turn. Alright, permission to advise granted. I await your proposals. Genesis' natural world is rising up. It is a lucky coincidence that the planet boasts experts who specialize in both controlling and destroying life. Reports from the Magos Biologist Chapel make no mention of storing weapons of mass destruction, but I have no doubt they possess some. They always do. I see no reason not to let them use them against all this, whatever it is. Deployment of fortified research stations in the affected sectors is recommended. The benefit of gathering more information justifies the increased casualty rate among personnel. The wretches know more about this pestilent growth than we do, something we must quickly rectify. We must capture some of these mutants and force them to cooperate. That way we can learn what we are dealing with. So, beginning the purge of the tainted region allows us to just become the warlord without costing us anything. 1 plasteel could get us the research outpost. Ice of the region, rounding up the wretches, make them tell us the truth about what is happening. Not gonna lie, I'm very tempted by this Audacity of Janos torpedo launchers, so I kind of want to do that. I don't think that a weapon of mass destruction is going to help. I think that it'll still cause problems. Blessing of the Warp Spider. I'm gonna say, yeah, let's set up some research outposts in the affected sector. May the Omnisire be merciful to the souls of those who will give their lives in the name of obtaining knowledge. The scouts who venture into the heart of the afflicted region discover ancient Xenos creations emerging from the ground. The jungle reacted to the incursion by expanding and swallowing up some of the neighboring agri-complexes. Fortified observation stations were set up in the largest clusters of the ruins. The priceless data and artifacts collected were paid for with the lives of the many watchmen who fought against the onslaught of Genesis' enraged wildlands. Okay, we get +2. See? Cool. Alright. So either we can try and make battle-ready genetic deviants, but this will cost the last of our mechanisms. But this also gives us a bunch of reputation with the Mechanicus. Or we can gain plus 10% dodge against human enemies, and we can gain security and profit factor. As nice as it would be to get more reputation with the Explorators, I think we need to do profit factor and security here. The Punisher trait's nice as a bonus. So the populace may be placated into turning agri-complexes into impenetrable fortresses, assigning sheriffs from among the overseers and forming Jaeger bands. So Starblight could be good as well if we ever happen to get Drakari weapon proficiency. But yeah, I think honestly the profit factor and the security is the main thing for me. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Dargonis. So we got +2 profit factor and we got more people. So the restoration is underway. So genetic mercy, probably not. All right. So we don't have the ability to get Shield of the Emperor yet, because we don't have enough profit factor and we don't have the reputation we need. We would need a high complacency. Okay. I think we try and go for this. So to do that, we need high complacency. And to get high complacency, we're probably going to have to pick one of these things. According to the new doctrine, the disenfranchised will be servitorized or disposed of through hazardous work. Drink purchase will be stopped. This world needs working hands. That only gives 1 security and 1 complacency. Shield of the Emperor only gives 1 security. This gives complacency but cost profit factor. Ooh, actually, wait, no. Let's do the Scriptorium School first because this gives efficiency across all colonies. So, and it only costs us some food. So yes, let's do that first. We need to raise our status with the Navy before we can do anything there. Our routes. Ooh. Okay, new planet. So let's visit this. I actually want to take one of my conductors away. Or not conductors. The extractors. Wait, no, not this one. I want this one. Wait. Am I crazy? Did these get flipped? Oh, we can extract more from it. Interesting. No, we're not going to do that. I thought I could remove my extractors. Okay, so this is safe. We have some stuff to do in Dargonis. Tell you what, let's make it safe. And just warp there. Lord Captain, our astropaths received a message from Achilles Scalander on Dargonis. He closely studied the data from the incursion of Phoebos 6, including the mention of the Xenos leaders. He promised to direct the efforts of his age to identify those enemies of humanity so their location can be determined. Master Scalander is also reporting that Drukhari are getting ready for more attacks on your territory. Information from his aides continues to arrive, and Achilles will personally report to you the moment the target for the upcoming raid becomes clear. The Drukhari excel at catching their opponents off guard, so there will be little time to mount a response. According to Master Scalander, your personal participation in the defense would be the best strategy given the circumstances. Lord Captain, this is Master Helmsman Ravor. The crew is rumbling again, but they have a right reason for this time. Our analytic systems have gone totally bonkers. The Red Ropes, tech priests are blaming the anger of the machine spirits. Allegedly, this is how they profess their displeasure of the crew for not being worshipful. We've largely managed to stabilize the output of the augers and all spexes across the ship, but you should know there's something awfully sketchy about the machines these days. I can confirm, Lord Captain. The vessel's analytic systems were behaving incorrectly for a time. Cogitators could not produce statistical data and displayed meaningless numeric combinations instead. The augers failed to correctly analyze matter and mistook solids for liquids and vice versa. Thanks to the tech priest's efforts, standard operation of the ship's mechanisms has restored. I am still registering sporadic reports of similar malfunction, but we should be able to handle them now. Okay. Let's see. Could I possibly... Let's see. Could I chart a course directly here? That seems ill-advised. Alright, let's go arrange for the reception. Alright, we need to go to the palace. Okay. I guess it could have landed inside the palace. In retrospect. Okay. Go in the throne room and talk to our secretary. Your lordship. Clementia looks away from her data slate. I hope your stay on Dargonus will be beneficial to your physical and mental state. I understand that the heir to a protectorate must have his hands full, but one shouldn't forget about rest. What about the meeting with the navigators of House Orselia? Clementia immediately focuses on the data slate in her hands. Allow me to report. The esteemed navigators of House Orselia have taken residence in the guest estate and await a meeting with you. How would you like to receive them? We can lose a profit factor for a reception worthy of the refined taste of the Navis Novolite. No, let's actually, yeah, we'll expend one profit factor to make arrangements for a worthy reception. Understood, your lordship. Clementia promptly makes a note on her data slate. Would you like to hold this meeting shortly? Yes, Cassie and I are ready for the talks. Then I'll have messengers sent to retrieve the esteemed guests. They allowed me party selection, which is worrying. Regent Aranto Orselia, esteemed delegation. The rogue trader and the Von Valencia's protectorate welcome you. Come this way, please. Okay. The esteemed representatives of the Navis Nobolite have arrived at the Rogue Trader's Court, the regent of the Great House Orselia, Aranto Orselia. Okay. Hello, sir. His companions, Lady Glyceria Orselio, Navigator Leso Simon Orselio, and his intended bride, Lady Navigator Alexandrina Orselio, Lady Navigator Alenia Hateria Orselia. Oh my god. So many Orselios. I tried to keep up. A tall, wizened old man proudly stares at you with milky, unblinking eyes. Loose skin sways with his every move, as if the navigator's flesh is detached from his bones. An unsightly hole mars the regent's face, where his nose should be, and the old man's skull is covered with spiky growths. Rogue Trader. The regent's piercing voice cuts through the silence. On behalf of House Orselia, we would like to express our immense satisfaction at this meeting and our gratitude for the warm welcome. It pleases us to know there are still lords in the Coronis Expanse who observe etiquette and the traditions of hospitality. And yet, this is not why we are here. Our grace is obliged to note how much the Rogue Trader has done for House Orselia by protecting its beloved child. We waited for many turns to behold her radiant visage. The regent shifts his unblinking gaze to Cassia. Come now, child. There is much we need to discuss. Cassia steps forward, but then stops and looks at you. Do we let her speak or not? I don't know. It doesn't seem like she wants me to let her speak. I wonder... Okay, so... I can't imagine that this affects us too greatly. No, I want to encourage her to stand up for herself. So yeah, nod wordlessly towards you. Cassia smiles faintly and addresses the regent, because I assume that she wants to stay on my ship. Esteemed regent, it pleases me to see the gleaming sheen of gold and turquoise above your brow. It is thanks to the efforts of the rogue trader that I stand here today. There's so much I want to tell you. What is it you desire to hear most? We know what happened at the station, child. Your connection to the Atlas has grown so strong, we felt the turmoil in your soul, and the events that transpired have shaken us. House Ocelia is deeply grateful to the rogue trader for the destruction of the saboteurs, and we are willing to reciprocate such a magnanimous gesture. We trust that a treaty of friendship and alliance underpinned by the transfer of several artifacts of exceeding rarity will suffice. Now come, child. It's time we depart for your new home so that we may finish what we started. Esteemed Regent, perhaps I could continue my education while still accompanying the rogue trader on his travels. Just imagine how much I could learn beyond the bounds of... Cassie notices the Regent's furious glare and falls short. Cassia, I would be honored if you decided to stay. Unthinkable. Is that so?
Don't just stand there. Help the rogue trader defend the child and the palace.
What on earth?
Down with Tisiphone's tyranny! Kill the girl!
Excuse me?
I won't heed your cries of mercy!
For the Emperor!
Alright, let's put her here. I am very far away. Argenta, I'll just put you over here. Actually, no, I'll put you right here. Be great. Kibala, I'll put you here. Pascal, you can chill here. Eurolet, it doesn't really matter where you are standing, I guess. I'll just put you over here. Actually, I'll put you over here. Perfect. Good enough. Cassia, can you move to, like... here. And then pull everyone into this spot right here.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Pull everybody here. Okay, you resisted. That's fine. How do you guys feel about staring into this? Alright. And then I guess that'll do. And then I guess we'll just put this here.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
We'll just buff you.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered
Put this
around.
here. Put this one over here. And then that's all we can do. Alright, you're let do your job. I'm gonna do, let's see. I could just snipe you, actually. Yeah, let's do that, because that sounds really rude.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
No. Don't worry. Okay, so we're only gonna get one shot, so we don't get our bonus shot, but that's fine.
If I must.
What? I guess not. Okay, well, let's just go ahead and mark some random guys, because they're about to get eaten.
This tedium is beneath me.
It's fine.
Follow my lead.
Where are you going? Oh, you're shooting at me for some reason. Alright, well. Alright, everybody. Let's see. So if we used this, how many of you could we feasibly hit? I'm gonna aim right here. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Reckless Rush. We get a ton of movement speed. Move to over here. Hit you.
I'll do it.
Absolutely wreck you guys. Gain an additional shot. And then I guess we'll just do this.
Doubt is for the weak. You, the Emperor.
Excellent. We love to
I'll
see
do
it. Do that. Reload. And then end
Follow my
turn.
lead.
Yeah, we can just unload into a group of enemies like that. Oh. Immediately runs. Fair enough. Okay. Alright, Kibala. Time to do your thing. So walk over here and just do
A dance
this.
of blades and shadows.
1, 2, 3. Alright, and then we'll flip over to
The
here.
shadows will see it done.
And I guess we'll just activate Death Waltz on you.
Let the blood of the wicked be shed as thou hast willed. My blade whispers your name.
Get to alternate between strikes and jumps. Wow. It's so many attacks. Okay, and then I guess we just do this.
As honor or death is a blessing.
And then we leap
Trust
over
me.
here. And we get our free attack.
I shall not fail.
And why not? Let's do everything backwards. We have to watch her slowly do this, but she will eventually land back where she was and kill this guy.
Come.
There we
The
go.
other side awaits.
Good job, Kibala. Back into safety. All right, Pascal. I guess you can deal with this guy.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Die.
Request insignificant value.
Can we do anything about your... No, can't do anything about that. Put stuff on you. I'll just put that there. Allow allies to do damage. I don't think I can get in range. Oh, I guess I can buff myself. Lets me do more. So next turn I'll have more. Not that it matters for this turn.
Already done.
You know what? Why not? I'll heal you. Can't do anything else at that point anyway, so...
Nothing I can't do.
Nope, we missed.
I can handle this.
I hope so. It's just one guy.
Look out.
My faith strengthens me. I can't stand it.
I hope that person doesn't have an AoE around themselves, because they will kill all of
Weapon
you.
at the ready.
Alright. Cassia, honestly, the best thing that you could do is literally just do this. Move to here. Try and pull her out of
Isn't this a
it.
job for the serfs?
Okay, there we go. And then give Argenta a turn. Alright,
In thy light
steady
I
superiority.
stand, and thy light I crave.
We'll do
As
single
the
shot.
Emperor commands.
Ooh, what did that do? That did something. Blinded. I see. Yeah, okay. We're definitely blind. Well, into cover we go. All right. Well, you don't have any cover now.
I am not your...
And then we'll just do an extra turn on you. Argenta, I guess do what you can. Works for me.
Faith without deed.
Dodge that. And then I guess we could do one free shot and we can't miss, so... Oh, we don't have line of sight.
I'll do it.
Hang on, can we get line of sight? Yes, we
Guided
can.
by faith.
Perfect. Oh, we get another shot. Why not?
As the Emperor commands, I act.
No, okay. Good enough. Is there literally anyone else who can do any damage to this guy?
As honor ordains.
Give me an opening. Alright. We could do this, but we'd probably end up killing somebody. Oh, Pascal, buddy. I don't want you to attack, because I know for a fact if you attack, you're going to kill somebody. Kill this man. There we go. Sick. So, oh. Oh, the round ended, so she's she shot at the navigator. Mercy! The lady navigator covers her face with her disfigured scaly hands, each with an extra finger and conjoined flagell bones. Her clothes are covered in blood, mostly of your servants, and several unexploded bolts are sticking out of her chest plate. Rogue traitor, whether on purpose or out of ignorance, you are harboring a monster that is cunningly pretending to be an innocent maid. Spare me, and I, Elena Hateria Orcelia, will swear to tell you the whole truth about the madness that is devouring House Orcelia like a malignant tumor. Do not let the Regent deceive you with honeyed lies, lest the cursed child ruin your protectorate as well. You see rage and despair in the Lady Navigator's face, but neither is directed at you. Your fate will be decided during the trial, Lady Elena. I will hear what you wish to tell me. Thank you for your lenience. The unnaturally bulbous eyes of the navigator constantly shifts between you and Cassia. Black secretions run down her cheeks instead of tears, leaving unsightly streaks. I, Alina Heteria of House Orselia, swear to tell the rogue trader nothing but the truth. May the God Emperor be my witness. Pathetic. Regent Aranto, representatives of your house made an attempt on Lady Cassia's life and attacked a rogue trader. Rogue trader, House Orselia humbly asks for your lenience and forgiveness. We could not even imagine these vile rats could be scurrying among our ranks. As for them sneaking into the rogue trader's palace and staging an unthinkable crime, God Emperor be our witness, the accused renegades seek to spark a feud between our houses. I believe you, and yet this is now the second attempt that has been made on Cassia's life. I need answers. We're ready to tell you everything we know that this misunderstanding can be remedied as quickly as possible. Tell me more of these renegades. They are magmen who seek to destroy the centuries-old traditions of our great house, so carefully nurtured by the previous Novator, Tisiphone Orselia. They deem the century of her rule a tyranny, most sacred relic a curse that must be destroyed. Fools. If the Atlas were to be destroyed, the whole of Orselia would fall into oblivion. Why do they wish to destroy the relic? They dread its power, for only a Novator can fully grasp the mysteries and harness the power of the Starway Atlas. What the renegades call a leash, we call a guiding star. Why are they trying to kill Lady Cassia? Everyone in the house knows the child is the keeper of the one true Starway Atlas, which once belonged to our great Novator Tisiphone Orselia. The ungrateful wretches secretly hated her grace, and when Tisiphone abdicated her responsibilities and set off to far parts unknown, they staged a revolt to destroy her successor. Does Cassia really carry the Atlas? We believe it with all our heart. The Novator spent many cycles on the world where the child was born. It is said that everyone who witnessed the miracle of her birth simultaneously departed for a destination known only to the Novator. Tisiphone gave the order and followed them soon after, leaving her precious gift the Atlas to Cassia, and therefore marking her as the successor. What do you know of her unbridled power? A special gift for a special child. She was born with it and grew up under its influence. The instability sometimes hampered her education. But we learned to prevent most outbursts. As long as the child remains calm and remains in seclusion, the powers cannot take hold of her mind. I see. It looks as though you've fallen on hard times. The regent stays silent, then replies, to call your statement false would be a lie. For many years we managed to maintain the fragile balance within our house, but then the Novator's departure shook the faith of many. The treasury is empty, the navigators are scattered, the warp routes are scrambled, and many of our allies cannot be reached, which is why it is so important to complete the child's education. It is Cassie's duty to take Tisiphone's place, and lead the house to prosperity. Such is her great destiny. I think I've heard enough. The regent acknowledges your words with a nod and waits for you to continue. Lady Elena, what do you have to say in your defense? I do not know what it is you wish to learn, but I will start from the very beginning. A long time ago, Tisiphone ascended to the throne of Orselia. She was a daring Novator who brought part of the House of the Expanse, hoping to strengthen our position in the Imperium. The house prospered, but Tisiphone was never satisfied. She went mad in her pursuit of power, seeking more influence, more control, saw enemies everywhere, even among her loyal followers. Paranoia was slowly driving her insane, and one day she created the Starway Atlas, a relic that is implanted in our bodies at birth, a noose around our necks, our gift and our damnation. Tisiphone used the Atlas to control us, subdue our will, and mold our thoughts. If anyone put a toe out of line, she killed them with a glance. At first, many branches of House Orselia tried to resist her tyranny, and Tisiphone cut them down with extreme brutality. For example, the entire Sathala branch was destroyed simply because its leaders asked too many questions about the Atlas and wanted to know the truth about its creation. What else is she guilty of? Tisiphone's madness weakened the dynasty. Not long ago, the Novator vanished. Indeed, her loyal followers lie when they say she chose to retire. The truth is that no one knows the truth. I hope she is rotting away on one of her secret worlds. Elena finishes with a sneer. I understand the transgressions, but why Lady Cassia? Tisiphone passed her Atlas on to her successor before fleeing the house, a newborn child. We could not surrender the throne to the tyrant's creature. Tisiphone was cunning and treacherous. She must have hatched the entire plan beforehand. Her disappearance, the child, the transfer of the leash. We feared that one day she would be reborn in Cassia's body. We could not let that happen. You called Cassia a monster because of the Atlas. Largely, yes, but there's more. Have you never felt pure, unadulterated disgust while standing close to her? Or perhaps fury or fear? Who but a monster would manipulate the minds and feelings of others, even more so than Tisiphone herself did? Why not attack before, though? Why now? Tisiphone always had plenty of opponents, but we were afraid to trust one another. Any of us could be spying for her followers. We saved their strength and dealt the first blow 5 years after the heir was born, striking at one of the estates on TV. But the girl survived, and the regent hid her so far away and guarded so thoroughly it took us another 13 years to find her. And then another 2 to get into the regent's good graces and reach York 5. Now Cassie's in the spotlight. The House Council is about to put her on the throne. Surely there is no better time to cut off the serpent's head. So you admit that the regent was not aware of the assassination attempt? Elena clicks her tongue loudly. Regent Toronto is guilty of mass killings, intimidation, and human torture, abetting Tisiphone and raising her heir. His crimes are many, but this is not among them. I'd love to see his head on the chopping block, but honor prohibits me from slandering him in a trial before the rogue trader. I've heard enough. The rogue trader now knows the regent's atrocities and the girl's corruption. I hope I succeed in warning you about the dangers that lurk within Cassia Orselia. Lady Cassia, you too are an injured party in this. What would you do in my place? If I may speak, so many dirty colors have poured from the mouths of those present that I feel covered in filth from head to toe. I, as the future Novitor, I want to bleach them, purify them, and let them go. Heed me. I am the one to blame for what happened today, and I accept full responsibility for the actions of my house. She speaks bravely and openly, though her hands are shaking a little. Vile wretch, who do you think you are? Will you now start killing those who have displeased you, as Tisiphone did before you? The fury on Elena's face gives way to desperation once she realizes what she just said. Slowly reaches for the atlas embedded in her chest, looking at Cassia with obvious fear. Dearest child, this burden is too heavy for you to shoulder alone. You're not yet ready. I implore you to settle this conflict. I offer the rogue trader a 100-year contract with House Orselia, committing us to charting the shortest and safest routes of the Font Valencia's protectorate within the Coronis expanse. I will also remain aboard the rogue trader's vessel and assist him until he decides otherwise, or until duty to the house summons me to the Novitor's seat. And what are you going to do to Lady Elena? The esteemed regent will put Lady Elena and our people in one of our family jails. She is a House Orselia navigator after all. There's no need for our precious blood to be spilt. Lady Elena stares at Cassie incredulously with bulging eyes, but remains silent. Her hand restlessly caresses the spot where Atlas is embedded. I accept your offer, Lady Cassia. Cassia smiles. You've never seen her so open or so radiant. Thank you, Deckard. I mean, rogue trader. Regent Toronto remained silent for a long while. So be it. We failed to notice that our child had grown up and become strong. You may stay with the rogue trader until the house summons you. His influence is anomalous, but it has served to bring out blessed Tisiphone's most precious talent of leadership. Rogue trader, we are now bound by the terms of the contract. Your representatives may contact House Orselia at any time, and we will respond. And one more thing. Protect the child like the apple of your eye. Remember that you have the future Novitor of Nevis Nobilite House aboard your vessel. That went well, I think. Okay, well, I guess we can just leave. Oh, well, hang on. Let's talk to you and see if you have any information for me. You do not. Okay. Then we shall go this way. Oh, curiosity merchant. A finely dressed man greets you with an incredibly radiant smile. His meticulously polished jaw augmentation reflects the palace interior as sharply as a mirror. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lucerius Carmelan, a collector of curiosities. Perhaps your lordship will find something useful among my offerings. This is a beautiful eagle. What is its name? His polished jaw shining, Lucerius extends his hand toward the bird, a hand likewise made of shiny metal. Her name is Aquila. As soon as I saw her, I knew a creature of such proud grace simply must be properly taken care of. Now Aquila is an integral part of my life, as I am of hers. With a shrill cry, the eagle stabs her benefactor's metal palm with her beak. The augmetic groans, while the merchant is still smiling as he modestly puts his hand back into his clothes and out of sight. Apologies. Aquila is still getting used to my replacement extremity. She liked the old one better. Judging by his displeased look, the bird's fondness for owner's original extremity was of an alimentary rather than affectionate nature. Was your friendship with Aquila the reason you needed those augmetics? You're exceptionally observant, the man laughs softly and melodiously, then shakes his head. Developing a friendship with such a noble creature is a thorny path, and after a moment of especially profound disagreement, I had to have my hand replaced. But this, Lucerius touched his jaw and plain as bright evident. This was purely for the beauty of the thing. I used to be passionate about finding rare augmetics and could not resist having them installed, even if they were made by, shall we say, not purely righteous hands, but fine craftsmanship. The razor-sharp outlines, please keep this a secret from the Adeptus Mechanicus. I know the Red Priests don't condone such things. What do you sell? Equipment for noble cyber assistance, of course. The demand is modest as few in the Imperium can afford such luxuries, but I have found my calling. Judging by his expensive attire and ostentatious augmetics, Lucerius' wealth is unlikely to stem directly from his curiosity business. He came here following his heart, it seems, not his greed. I am a rogue trader, and I seek the rarest of curiosities. Do you have anything of that sort? My collection will offer you the biggest and broadest choice in all the expanse. However, even a devoted enthusiast like myself has limits. There is a certain captain who owns a unique protocol, a family heirloom, which he has refused to sell to me. His ship is called the Renegade's Path. Perhaps you can chart a path to his hoarded treasure. I will send you coordinates to the place we last met. I would like to see your curiosities, please. Ah, okay, so we have... These are basically just things that we can buy that upgrade our stuff. I mean, I guess there's no reason not to just buy all of them, right? Okay. To the ship. All right. Just do a... Let's see. We have a couple of options. Although, I would kind of like to get back to Furibundus. Which we could do, but that'd be very far. It might be better to travel this way, actually. So let's do unsafe. And we will warp travel here. Lord Captain, I humbly request an audience with you. Proctor Anthar is interfering with the crew and is demanding to see all the archival records of fugitive criminals we have ever received from the Imperial Navy. The matter is urgent, if you please, Lord Captain. I will meet with you both immediately. Solomon is causing me all manner of problems. Your Lordship, Proctor Anthar is interfering with the work of the crew. He's intimidating and threatening them, demanding access to the ship's sealed archives. And as for his dog, Victus pauses, shifting her gaze to the cybermassive and tucking her hand behind her back. I humbly request that you take action. Victus, what's wrong with your hand? Allow me to explain. The Voxmaster tried to pet Glyto, which activated his self-defense protocol. As a result, I had to step away from my duties to have my implants replaced, esteemed Proctor. I already apologized. In any case, what happened was the expected outcome from unauthorized contact with the living weapon of the Adeptus Arbites. Victus, why did you try to pet Glyto? I didn't. This is the first time you've ever seen the Voxmaster so agitated. I did not try to pet him. It is not customary to keep such a cyber beast on a void ship. Lord Captain, this is my first encounter with such a creature. That Glyto was following me all over the bridge. And you decided to interfere with his work protocol. Victus cast Solomorna a cold glance before continuing. I had studied the archives and found mention of a ritual to establish contact that offers involves an offering and physical interaction with the beast. You are literally talking about bribery, a pointless act. Cybermastiffs cannot be bribed, and neither can arbitrators. Solomon, stop interrupting. He nods briefly. Solomon, why are you sabotaging the work of the crew? I was compelled to intervene as Lyto had intercepted a suspicious signal. The encrypted message contained the words heresy and fugitive. I managed to trace the signal back to the Voxmaster's workstation. I needed to dispatch Lyto on a reconnaissance mission to obtain new evidence and ultimately ensure your safety. In other words, you sent your beast to follow me. I questioned the crew of the Voxmaster's absence and established that the wanted bulletins sent by the Imperial Navy were being completely ignored. I suspect that Senior Officer Tulliman is abusing your trust. Solomon, what are you suggesting? Your flagship is untouchable for external inspections because of its high status, and criminals are taking advantage of that. So you need an internal audit. You need to pull up the archives of wanted bulletins and double-check the crew records. That is the only way to identify and eliminate potential threats to you. This is madness for a ship whose officer corps alone comprises hundreds of people. The work hours that would require for such an audit. What do you have to say to that, Victus? Victus presses her hands together. Reports of fugitive criminals, which number the hundreds, are of low priority. What's more, I know that Lord Captain Theodora was most adamant on the matter. If you forgive me, her exact words were, "We are not Groxdam bounty hunters." The Proctor would know that if he had brought his questions to me rather than interrogating astropaths and comms officers. As for the Vox transmissions, the frequency used by the senior officers is encrypted. I informed the staff of the situation regarding the Voidsman who was earlier brought before you on the bridge for trial. Need I remind you, Lord Captain, that Proctor Anthar has no authority to access transmissions conducted by the senior officers of the Rogue Trader's flagship, not to mention that the signal was unlawfully intercepted? Were you aware there was a runaway heretic hiding among the ship's crew? No, Lord Captain, he was not on a list of wanted criminals in the Cronus Expanse. I assume it is because of the relative insignificance of the heresies he was accused of by the Calexian authorities. Perhaps Proctor Anthar had information to which the Imperial Navy does not have access. Alright, I've listened and ready to make my decision. You know what? Yeah, I think at this point, I understand what Solomorn is trying to do, but he is actively causing problems by doing this. Solomorn, this is not a backwater hive. Stop investigating everything, and I really don't want to hear any more complaints about this. I should command Rogue Trader. Like, I'm sorry, man, but like, you are not here to investigate my crew. You are here because you are helping me do a thing for the tithe. Alright, Uncharted System. This one was actually called out specifically, the 100 Dreams Crossroad. Ah, Enemies of Humanity, I see. We'll get to you. Very low amount of Flargeson. Okay. Anything on this one? Promethium. We actually kind of need Promethium, and this is quite a lot. So yeah, let's start producing that. Yeah, that'll be a lot of Promethium, so that's good. Scan this. Alright, let's do a save right here. You are facing Chaos Worshippers. It seems their ships have been lying in wait here. The Voxmaster reports an incoming transmission. We do not negotiate with heretics. All right. Let's see. So we could get to here. We wouldn't be able to do anything else. I guess we could just do this.
This one's going
Alright, let's
down.
dorsal fire at you. Okay.
Bleed them.
This. And we'll send out
Unleash our
torpedoes.
vengeful salvo.
Actually, can I warp forward and hit you with this? Oh, just barely, no. Fine. Just do port side. Oh, shooting my torpedoes. Rude. Okay, they have a cruiser, yeah. It's gonna cause problems. Okay. Alright, our shields are holding firm. Alright. Let's just go ahead and take one step closer. Alright, take you out. We do have a fire. But we take reduced damage from fires, so I'm not too concerned about it. I guess we could... Okay, let's see. So... we could whip around. Okay. I don't know if we could do anything useful with this, so let's roll these this way. We could ram. Yeah, let's just ram.
There's a breach in our defenses. Time to unleash a counterattack.
Alright, our shield is down, so let's do a restart of shields. Let's do that. Yeah, we'll just do the Purpurskari chant as well. We get a bunch of reduced damage to the shield. They might actually blow up the torpedoes. I think we just have to detonate them here. Because I'm not going to be in range to do anything with them. Yeah, we just have to blow up the torpedoes. Alright, that's fine. Alright, so let's do a swing around.
Set the course.
See, that increased the range, but it didn't actually affect the firing angle.
This one's going down.
Just send up torpedoes here. Do. Oh, I meant to do the other side, rip. Oh well. I mean, the internal fires really aren't doing that much to me. Alright. So let's pass through this. Just fire at you.
Fire the last batteries.
Alright, just do as much damage as we can. And I guess we'll do starboard side. Get more torpedoes. Could we ram him from here? We actually might be able to. Alright, torpedoes. I guess we could have the torpedoes hit you. What? 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 What just happened? That's very weird.
This one's going down.
Alright, dealt with. 2 extra range would not be enough to hit you.
Fire the
Do
last
this. Shoot you.
Right now! Annihilate them!
Let's just keep shooting.
Another salvo! Leave their hull strewn across the stars!
Okay, we can't do port side. I guess we'll do fore side. We're taking some internal damage, but that's okay. The Ceramite that we have is really good. Alright. Dorsal fire at you. Lance fire at you.
Breach in our enemy's
There we
defenses.
go. Woof. Alright, that was a lot of scrap, but we took a lot of damage. Low acceleration and braking, but a higher speed. I see. Okay. Well, first of all, we definitely need to repair the hull. We took a bunch of damage there. So I think we just swap... Do we just want to swap that? Yeah, let's just swap for those, because it's a different weapon. We have a different engine, but this engine I don't personally think is as good. Although maybe what does acceleration even do? Okay. Acceleration and braking. Determines the length of the ship's acceleration and end phases and the size of the respective zones. Engines with stronger acceleration and deceleration have larger acceleration and end movement zones. Okay. We'll try it for one fight and see how it goes. Okay, I think that's the best we got. We scanned everything here. Start new routes. What we got? Okay. We could make our way this way. Orcelia Prophecy. Actually, yeah, let's just travel there. When Lord Captain arrived on the bridge during the warp jump, he found the on-duty officers in a state of utter confusion. They claimed they had been receiving orders from the bridge for several minutes, orders authorized by the rogue trader, but the Lord Captain had been absent. Curiously, the orders had been signed by the late Theodora von Valencia. After a thorough investigation, the tech priests attributed the strange incident to the whims of the machine spirits. The ship left the hostile Immaterium and returned to real space. Okay, we lost profit factor. Do a quick investigation of the local area. Let's do colony management. An incredible find has been made on Foulstone, Lord Captain. A lost volume of St. Keith's diary has been discovered during the restoration of his crypt. By following the saint's words, the Order of the Hammer was able to find a cryptoarch containing a tech relic of St. Cognatius, the Crucible. Keith's writings on it are vague. It is called the Sculptor and Transformer, granting life and grace. The explorators have sent a delegation to lay claim to the treasure, which has sparked a heated dispute that has been going on for days. What are the main points of the dispute? The tech priests claim that the privileges of the Adeptus Mechanicus oblige the Order of the Hammer to hand any sacred archaeotech over to them. They argue that the Crucible should be considered not a personal possession of the saint, but rather an object temporarily entrusted into his care. The Order of the Hammer rejects this thesis, insisting that the right to care for such sacred objects belongs to the ecclesiarch's cults. And since Cognatius was canonized, then the Crucible should be regarded as a blessed relic, not archaeotech. Okay, so logic dictates if the explorators can prove that the Crucible is an archaeotech mechanism and not a relic, then they may become its curators. Tech Litany collection. Complete collection of tech litanies. Ship's tech priests dutifully recite these litanies over the ship's weapons. All void ship weapons except torpedoes gain higher crit chance and crit damage. Persuasion, the Order should make a list of all the documented miracles involving the Crucible. which gives us an item we can equip that gives plus 20 lore Imperium, and then we get plus 7% armor and plus 7% crit damage to Xenos and demons. And can reroll a failed test once per test. If they need the Crucible so badly, they should agree to alternate service to it. What do my companions say? It is likely that the research contained in the ancient treatises and archival repositories of the Adeptus Mechanicus can provide factual information on similar precedent. I can spare some of my computing power to find such a case and provide my brothers and sisters with the information that is necessary to win the dispute. I believe that the chronicles of the Amalanian Conclave describe mystical miracles witnessed by zealots while praying at an ancient banner of St. Capius. Should the Crucible perform a similar miracle, then no doubts that it will remain that it is indeed a holy relic and not the property of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Shireen, do you know the best motivation to make your enemies ripe for compromise? The danger of losing any sort of benefit. It is within your power to take the Crucible for yourself, using the privilege of the warrant if you so desire. Why do you not imply such a possibility to the parties involved? The hammer and the cog. Medikits always heal 3 times the rogue trader's iconoclast rank more wounds. By helming the monks and the tech priests, the rogue trader has gained a reputation as a great mediator. Pascal, find a precedent that would convince the order that you are right. Cassia brought up an interesting idea. A convincing miracle happened that would prove the Crucible is true relic. No, I think Jay is actually right here. I think the correct stance is to basically make them alternate the use of it with the implication that I could just take it because it's in one of my worlds. And then that would result in getting stronger healing from the medikits. Yeah, Jay is right. Make it clear to all those involved that if they will not come to a consensus, then I will take the Crucible for myself. Let's see how long it takes for them to come to a consensus now. As soon as news of the rogue trader's bellicose stance on the Crucible reached the ears of the disputing sides, they unanimously decided to start looking for a compromise. It only took them several cycles to reach an agreement on their collective maintenance of the Crucible. In the process of forming their alliance, the monk and the tech priest have discovered they have something in common. Both groups hold strong convictions and are truly devoted to their relics, and thus the two sides are now endeavoring to see one another as true, like-minded supporters, not mere reluctant allies. Research into the Crucible has identified it as a device for surface terraforming. Fueled by the geothermal energy of the planet, it could turn a wasteland into a blooming garden. However, a way to launch it is yet to be found. Crusade has been completed. Gained a bunch of bonuses. Alright, so now we have other stuff that we can do. So we can raise the Drusians and some profit factor. At a cost of profit factor, we could gain efficiency in the Drusians. We could do this, which give us explorators, complacency, Drusians and complacency. The monks demand a great work. Thousands of faithfuls with skin entirely covered in scars in the form of lines form scripture about Saint Cognatius. This would give us complacency and efficiency and dogmatic go up and Drusians. And really, the cost is Promethium, which we're getting a lot of, chemicals, which we, I think, still have quite a bit of. Yeah, we have a lot of chemicals, actually. And then people, which we also have a lot of. I think we do this step, because I think complacency and efficiency on this planet will be very useful. Okay. Yanis is still being done. Dargonis, so we lost a profit factor, but we gained people. And now all colonies are more efficient. We don't want to do that. I think we're going to do Doctrine of Rationality. I think that's fair. That would cost us one of our mechanisms, of which we don't have many. But that's fine. Okay. Do some scanning. Pirates. We'll deal with the pirates as well. Like a toxic world? Jungle world. It appears that a large void ship recently dumped a huge load of junk and faulty parts from orbit. The debris did not burn up in the atmosphere, is now blocking the flow of a mighty river. This dam is causing the river to overflow, flooding the nearby valley. A herd of large hoofed rodents has gathered along the riverbanks. If the animals lose their usual habitat, they're doomed. So we could either hunt the animals, or we could clear up the riverbed. Let's clear the space debris. It takes many planetary turns and hundreds of crew members to remove the heap of trash and unclog the river, letting the water flow freely once more. The rodents run back to their pastures without so much as a backward glance at the people who saved them. That's fine. I don't need them to be thankful. Burning world with nothing on it. Waste dust. Some fuel. Excellent. Alright, so let's save the game. And let's deal with these pirates. Is it just one? Oh, that is very unfortunate for you. Alright.
The enemy's void shield has been nullified.
Excellent.
Unleash our vengeful salvo!
Okay, so we could do... increase range. Okay, what? Let's do... this. And then we'll just unload into the side.
Fire right now!
Do that, and then we will jump forward. You can shoot at my torpedoes all you want. Let's do a stronger turn.
Annihilate them!
Let's just blow up on these torpedoes. I see. I mean, if you're not gonna move, I'll just keep shooting you then.
Fire the last batteries. Lay in the course. Fit for the
Go.
Phalanxius annals.
Pirates dealt with. Excellent. Let's scan this planet. More promethium. Yeah, let's actually keep digging that. How are we doing on rumors or contracts? We could give up this for more provisions. This for adamantine and plasteel. Very tempting. Yeah, let's actually take that one. Okay, so we can exchange profit factor for provisions. I don't think we need that immediately. All right. I mean, I guess our best bet is going to be to go this way. Lord Captain, we've received an astropathic message from Dargonis. Achilles Skelender reports the Xenos raid against a merchant ship in the silence of Mer Segret. The coordinates of a hypothetical contact have been forwarded to the crew. If we wish to support your subjects and fight back against the Xenos personally, we must hurry. It is unlikely that a merchant ship will be able to resist the enemies of humanity for long. Where is it? Where was that? Silence of Segret. Where's the Silence of Segret? Oh, here it is. Okay, so we have a couple of options to get there, but that's going to take a bit. Quick scan. Adamantine, but not much. We only have one left. That's fine. A bunch of promethium. Bizarre structure observed from orbit appears to be the ruined estate of a wealthy noble. Further searching reveals the remains of an envirodome, a landing pad, a main manor, and servants' quarters. It's impossible to determine what exactly happened here. The search team has found something truly disturbing in the main hall, an opulent-clothed skeleton sitting at the dinner table. The table is set with gold plates covered with human blood and piles of bones. The bones on the plate are clearly human. No other remains have been found on the estate. No, let's just purge it with fire. Fire consumes the sinister ruins. The Imperium's faithful children will not tolerate any impurity on their path. Alright, well, let's use our last one of these for more promethium. Our college's plot. A ship once traveled the galaxy is now suspended in the silent void like the gnawed carcass of a giant monster. Voyager's void ship approaches. The Voxmaster reports an incoming message. A colony have been made in the bowels of the ship. They welcome the Lord Captain. Oh, wait. Okay. That is actually an event. There's a weird-looking gas giant. Planetoid. Plasteel, but we don't have any extractors. What's this? Box notification of the Augur crew drowns out the usual noise of the bridge. The Imperial vessel, the Dark Piercer, and its escorts are headed on your way. Your archives make no mention of either the ship or its owner. As you consider your course of action, the ship's captain contacts you. Introducing himself as the Pilgrim, the captain greets the rogue trader courteously and offers to purchase any information you might have on crystal phlogiston deposits. Why do you need it? The captain's coarse laughter echoes through the Vox. Phlogiston is a part of and parcel of many different aspects of life of the Imperium. How exactly his customers are going to use it is none of his concern. All of the Pilgrim promises that the phlogiston is used for the good of humanity. Jay immediately remarks that someone without a name is not to be trusted. Deals with such people do not tend to end well. If she were you, she would first find out his secrets, then scrupulously remove him from the equation. Pascal becomes visually animated at the mention of phlogiston. Though indifferent to the prospect of a deal with the shadowy individual, the Magos nonetheless recommends you find out more about phlogiston deposits. Your own protectorate would benefit from the knowledge. Sister Argenta sincerely believes the words of the pilgrim. A cowl or a golden aquila are no prerequisites for being his true servant. If the captain sincerely wants to help the Imperium, perhaps by his own methods, there is nothing questionable about extending a helping hand. Let's propose a deal then. Valuable information in exchange for Flugelson. The captain of the Dark Pierce is in his best spirits. In gratitude for your invaluable help, he sends you a small box containing ancient maps and documents. They appear to speak of a certain Imperial world lost many centuries ago. Then, in a somewhat conspiratorial tone, the pilgrim relates a story about a standoff between two Xenos fleets, which he was told by an acquaintance. The person in question sadly died at the hands of the Inquisition before they were able to pass on the coordinates for the crash site, one of the Xenos ships. However, the pilgrim knows for a fact that the vessel met its demise on an unseen world. Bid farewell. Alright. I believe we can do a quick scan from here. Oh no, we already scanned. Okay, so we could try and chart a deadly course there. I think what we do is we just do a few jumps to get there. Make it a little bit safer. Okay. Alright. Let me save the game here. This is probably a good place to end on for tonight, because next time we have some potential space battles to do, and we have a lot more exploring to do. I do really like this exploration loop. It took a little bit to get used to it, but I like the idea that we're rewarded for taking the riskier paths by being able to, like, build deeper connections. Is very cool. Overall, though, definitely enjoying this. Now, I've heard that I think there's 4 acts in the game, or 5 acts in the game, and the second act is very, like, it's as long as you want it to be, because it's just exploring this area and seeing what there is around here, and I enjoy that. I like that. It also means that we're probably going to follow this until I don't feel like doing the exploration anymore, and then we'll go back to, like, the main plot. We'll still do the main plot, but we're going to do it, like, sparingly. We're not going to do it all the time. So. But yeah, cool. So this has been, once again, the wonderful Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, which, if you enjoy the gameplay loop of this, there will be a new version of this coming out, which is going to be Dark Heresy, and that one focuses less on the Rogue Trader, like, space travel, and more on acting as a member of, like, the Imperium, as Dark Heresy is usually, like, Inquisition type stuff or Imperial Guard type stuff, so there'll be some new and interesting things, I think, coming out with that, so that'll be fun. I don't know when we're going to play that when it comes out. I think we'll probably wait for it to get some updates before we, like, jump right in. But for those who have been joining me, thank you so much for tuning in. Always happy to have people that are lurking. Thanks again, Cherry, who was our raider earlier. And for those who want to keep tuned in, I do have my Blue Sky, which I try and post our schedule updates there where I can. We stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays usually, but sometimes there's a bonus stream if I'm doing any collabs. And then all of the VODs, if you missed the stream beginning and you wanted to see the beginning, or if you want to see one of the earlier episodes, we did get a bunch of VODs on the YouTube channel. And then, of course, I think it's still in my chat refresh, so I can't see all the chat, but I think it's still there. But if not, feel free to join the Discord. I'm also posting stuff there. I have slowly been trying to post some of my stuff that I've been painting for 40k as well, so maybe I'll post more of that. But until then, we're going to end the VOD, and then we'll look for a raid. So, thank you for joining me. Have a good evening. Have a good day. Have a good night. Alright, let's find us another raid, shall we?